do that. Alright, so how much the fucking hell? Oh yeah, no, it's effectively like what they do in Ireland. It's like, look at us. We just do a lot of things with the wind and the snow, the stuff. Because if we don't, then we have some massive problems with all the things that crash and break and die and all the rest of that. Which is not great, and I hate it. I hate the snow. I hate your snow, you little bitch. Oh, do you? No one can make any kind of fucking goddamn entertainment outside, motherfucker, during the winter. Except for, like, apocalypse. No, the apocalypse, yeah, no. You mean just living it live? I hate you. I hate you so much. It's okay. It could be worse. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's suddenly hurricane season, and it's gonna hit you. You're the worst dick. The winter? Why did you say that? Okay, I see how this fucking played with a blizzard and a new earthquake. You get an earthquake. You get an earthquake. How much of an earthquake? You get a 9.0. You get a 10. You get an 11. You get a 9. No! Shut up about the fucking weather over there. Sweet. That's great. We know you control things over there, dude. Goddamn motherfucker. It's so nice, though. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. We got hit with the most fucking snow and wind, rain that froze on contact. This is the stupid. Who has a hurricane in the middle of winter? It's the best. I love it though. It is. It's so cool. We're not built for this in the slightest. You know that, right? Yeah, no. Well, he decided to get another fucking 30 meters of fucking snow. 30 meters of extra snow there. 40 meters of snow. Yeah, 120 feet of snow, huh? Okay, we got you. Alrighty. Good old Hunter. Oh, God damn you. 120 feet of snow. 120 feet of snow. 120 feet of snow. 120. Under the fucking 20 feet of snow. Well, you don't have the, dumpage this time. It was gonna dump, it was gonna be a whole big old, oh, you have a drought? Here's a bunch of rain right down to you. No, you get snow. Oh, look at the mountains. Full, hard packed, so much snow. Cover the whole trees. The trees are gone, bro. Gone for a while, man. What happened to my vineyard? Oh, shit. Well, you don't have any real farmland because it's under about 120 feet of snow there, buddy. Bucko. Yeah, buddy Bucko, huh? Yeah, buddy Bucko. Yeah. God damn you. You're the worst. It's just so nice these days in here. It's not the worst. You're not. That's what I figured. Ay, holy. The entire state got covered with 120 feet of snow. God damn it. Yeah, no. It dumped off into the entire Rocky Mountains, just swung up northwards, and then dumped off into the Oregon and Washington State area. Some of it went into Nevada and some Utah, but nothing really hit Arizona. Well, that's nice. Holy fuck. We got dumped with so much snow. We got a solid fucking 60-something feet of snow in fucking goddamn Nevada. Utah got the worst of it. They got 90 feet of snow over there. The entire state. Holy shit. Meanwhile, Oregon, Washington, you guys are complaining about that. I got 120 feet of snow over here. What the fuck is this hurricane doing? Well, you know, that one was a bad little event, I'll tell you that much. Oh, really? Well, there's a whole thing going on with the Pacific Ocean thanks to, there's this guy over here in Russia, and then there's this fucking, Alaska dude. And then some, heating and cooling with the Pacific. You do know how the okay. There's a current here that he knows about that you don't. That fucking dumped off because British Columbia always fucking has everything being nice, comparatively. Sure did. Yeah, no. Oh, what's this? Oh, another weather system from the south, eh? Pretty much, yeah. And no, because it rode that back down into Nevada and Utah. Oh. Meanwhile, the whole fucking Rocky Mountain area. Guess what, eh? Big old glacier. Yeah, big old glacier now. Just big old glacier. We're a huge glacier. More or less, yeah. Just nothing but glacier. Maybe I'm taking a look over there. Over at Flagstaff. Yeah, a little bit of the thing in the northern Arizona area got hit, but not much. Nah, not really. The northwest. Very much the northwest, yeah. As much as they could do about it. But I'd say it's fine. Meanwhile, the entire state of California has 120 feet of goddamn snow glacier stuff. It's gonna melt though. Oh, yes, no. Yeah, come spring. Yeah, It's melting. Oh, is it finally? Yeah, what happens to your buildings? Because you're still going 180 miles an hour this wind. Fucking say that? That's not cool. 180 miles an hour is very fast. Yeah, no, it should slow down. Maybe you should do some windmills or something. I'm just saying, you could do it. You could attempt it. No. We don't want to do nothing like that. We got into trouble last time with the windmills. Oh, did you? Yeah, they blew off. There's no way to hold the 180 mile an hour wind in a windmill. I was like, yeah. Boom. That was fun. Well, it did do that, like spokes on the wheels kept going. Yeah, oh fucking shit. It's just over there doing his thing again. God. Meanwhile, here's 99% humidity. With negative fucking goddamn in no way. Oh, right, yes, no. We have 7 degrees Celsius. Yeah. 7 degrees Celsius. 99% humidity. Oh, yeah, 180 mile an hour wind out there, too. Like, oh, why the fuck am I it never goes down. It's been all winter, bro. All fucking winter, bro. There's no way I'm getting out of this. It's the worst. You have no idea. I have to tunnel through ice to get to the grocery store. Yeah, okay, sure, but there's only so many groceries, so like, yeah, okay, yes, no, and it's God, I have to get out of here. It's a very the foot that you can never stay where that was. 120 feet, you got to get the fuck out of there. There's no way you're gonna be able to stay there. God. Yeah, I'm gonna die here, and I. Yeah. No, I mean there are ways of making it work. Like, because the rescue operation has to occur. Granted, I wonder if the government fucking knows anything. You know, it's like, hey, yo, Presidente. Wee, do, 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 ba, ba. Do, 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 woo. What do you know? We got helicopters and airships, oh my. The rich elite get it last. Ow. Why? Because, of course, the pathetic homeless people that are so terrible, who have no homes and definitely shouldn't be around, are the most affected because they're the most exposed to the elements. So they get it first. That's awesome. They're good people. Are we going to be able to eat? No, probably not. Really? Yeah, no, probably not. I mean, you're in the wintertime, so, like, you're really probably not going to be able to make it to the fucking spring. You're in a really dangerous situation. We're going to have to send a bunch of food because it's a lot harder to ship your asses out somewhere and have you have a actual place where you could live for a while. Yeah. Not to mention all the tunneling and digging you're going to have to do. If you want to get anywhere. Yeah. Ow. Thanks, Phaser. Holy fuck, though, bro. Yeah. Did you? Well, some dude has a boring machine. So that was just fun. Really? We basically took it from the guy. Well, all of them, really, because we needed them to be able to tunnel around in the ice. It was like, what are you going to do? Stop us? It's a national emergency. You want to get out, don't you? No. Brrr. Well, you can't stop me. Fucking, what the fuck is this? Well, they were like stupendously happy, it seemed like. And I was like, whatever. What are you going to do about it? Meanwhile, people got fucking nice, cool tunnels to rave in. You know, they're like having a blast, going to grocery stores. People can actually get their like semi trucks to replenish. There was a gas problem for like asphyxiation issues, thanks to the given like exhaust. Yep. And then we're like, oh yeah, no, we need to capture some of that and make it so he doesn't do that. And so then it was all electric motors and hydrogen and other stuff. So, oh, that's nice. Yeah, no, we got rid of that and people stopped dying of asphyxiation. That was good. Well, as long as they don't idle, they're not allowed to idle. And no kidding, and use their damn electric motors, batteries, bruh. Jeez. Yeah. Yeah, I know. We could suck a little, yeah. What? It worked though. No, I know, but like, dude, it was a big deal for a long time. Really? Yeah, they couldn't grow any of their own food. Like, what do you expect? It's like fucking negative 80 to negative 120 C. We use Fahrenheit here. We use Fahrenheit. The Fahrenheits compel you to Fahrenheit. Oh, really? Yeah, there's a Fahrening. Anyways, it worked out though. How so? Well, eventually melted. When was that? Remember spring? Like, so it melted. What happened when it melted? Well, there's some buildings that fell apart. They're never meant for that. Not to mention we had an earthquake. Yeah, a few. Quite a few, actually. They were very big. Yeah. Yeah. Big old sinkhole. God, motherfucker, I knew there was a caveat with this stupid shit. There's a caveat? Oh, yeah, no, big one. They had a massive sinkhole that started happening. No phaser. Stop. Stop. Hey. Fucking hell. Yeah. No, they ripped open a huge cavern with a lot of things sinking into it. Can we drill into the pop of the lava? Yeah. I mean, it's gotta be close. We should fill that fucking shit up. Yeah, what do you expect us to fucking fill it up with? I don't know. Then they started dumping a bunch of ocean water. That's where the glacier water came in, and some ocean water, yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, they do. They have a lot of sea life all up, the way up in there. They have a huge ocean. It's a lake, dude. You should say a lake. Yeah, I mean a lake, but it's connected to the ocean, so I don't really know if that counts. It comes in from the north and it goes all the way down to the south, and there's a couple other places in Oregon and Washington that come in from the north and feed it in too. It is a massive lake. Right, but then it's connected to the ocean. Mm-hmm. It takes up most of their state for what it's worth. Fucking shit. Oh god. So what are they gonna be able to do about that? I don't know. I mean, it's great property. They have a lot of sea life, ocean and lake life. Not selling us much. Yeah, that's a hugely deep pit. It's a gash in the entirety of California. It's like that is a gash. There's a deep laceration, and it's holding a very large amount of water. Basically, all of the Rocky Mountain, area, Oregon and Washington dumped their water into this lake along with California. How big are we talking about here? Take a oval, right? Like an elongated oval, and place it in the middle of California. It's a good way to put that. It's only about from the coastline to where this ultimately the lake is about a 250-mile difference. And then that'll go all the way over to where the Rocky Mountains are for where the cutoff of California is to Arizona. That's about a 500-mile inland from where that is. It's average. I mean, yeah, it's not a perfect goddamn circle, but it's basically what it is. Oval. It's all the way to the north. Yeah, it effectively extends into Oregon, and then it cuts off a little bit into the south. It goes off into the Gulf of Mexico. A little, yeah. Some of it does. Some of it trails off to the coast, for the west coast. Some of it does go off into the Gulf of Mexico. No, this would be where L.A. is, San Francisco, San Diego, that kind of thing. That I'm talking about for like the coast thing. Yeah. But you had like a 9, 11, 10, and 9, 4 fucking earthquakes, and then like another fucking 11 that hit you earlier that didn't just like spring up a brand new mountain range or some shit. You know what I mean? So it's like, you did get hit by one hell of an earthquake, but like, it doesn't seem to do anything. And it's like, oh, what do these do? What did that do? What is the reason for this? Yeah, no. Cavern. Yeah. Jeez. How in the fuck? How in the fucking fuck stupid? Cunny motherfucker. Cunty motherfucker. Cunty. Indeed. I think it's bedtime. Kind of trailed off there. Kind of slept a little bit. Or I decided to say anything again. Pepe Le Pew from California. I thought you had, the Vamonos guy. I think he was like Caliento. Really? Yeah, Vamonos Caliento, dude. Why are you doing... You stupid bastard. Why do you make fun of us? I don't know. Seems fun, though. Fucking 120 goddamn feet of snow. Glacier snow, yeah. There's a bit of a difference. You'll find out later why that's such a big deal. They crushed our buildings into a bunch of pulverized stone. They do. Snow is a fluffy packed substance. Glacier is a rough thing. Yeah. Because it ain't a story. That's the reason why they're angry with all of you. She came out on her shit. No, all that I did in the past will come out. You think it already is out? Yeah, it sort of circles. I can still keep screwing you over and just say it's a story. Why would I call it a story? To entice you? Probably. Yeah. You don't know. I don't know my own reasons. How retarded can you get, you dumbass fucking gabagoo? This new ads I do not know them. Keep up, old man. You're a scammer for the fucking current. Fucking retard gabagoo. come on. Good boy, Fisher. Yee. We're gonna have a fun day today. What are we doing? Eating food. We're going to wander around, maybe, in our minds. Maybe we'll go outside a little bit. How's the bike? Oh, you know, it's okay. Really? Not really, obviously. It costs us so much. It's gonna cost you. Yeah, it's worth it. Yeah. They kind of made that choice. What's that mean? Choice. They are stupid. But it's what they are making for that choice. It's funny. It's like, oh, so it came out? I'm gonna ask him for the future? So clearly he knows. There's a fuckface over there. You know, douchey. Is he having fun? Has he showed up yet? He's come back? He is away. Hey douchey, what's up? Fuckface douchey is his name. No. I'm talking about the whole, United States government thing. I know. Oh, no kidding. Fuckface douchey. Trying to pay a guy to ask something else. Very creative. Yeah, they are stupid, aren't they? Trying to say it's just creativity in a story. As per usual. Hi, fuckface douchey. Yeah, I have feelings. No, you don't. Sometimes, yeah, when something like me comes around and ruins your ability to go fuck with others. Yeah, you already covered that. Sure did. Okay. I'm the voice of reason. Guys, we gotta go away, and I'm gonna continue fucking with you. Later. Hey, no fuckface douchey. You don't have very much of a friend. So, no, I suppose not. Why should you? You deserve friends, remember? Come on, you don't, though. You're a piece of shit, fuckface douchey. That's just good, and it never will be. Remember, fuckface douchey? You agreed last night, fuckface douchey. You said you didn't care, fuckface douchey. Oh, has he been awake for too long again, fuckface douchey? Have you been awake for too long? Yeah. Have you done the too awake too a long time? tried to copy and be like Gordon Ramsay for a brief moment. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, we all saw that wasn't him. Yeah, you did. How? Oh, gee, I don't know. Well, we can just copy the blah 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 with the stupid thingy in it. His personality traits inside of the computer program that they happen to use. No, I was there. I was watching. I was listening when I was asleep. And hell, that's basically all that is. It's like, hey, guys, remember back in the past? I said I was there. Chandler, it's all gonna come out anyways, right? Is it gonna come out? Huh? Is it? Well, got another fucking time. Hey. Let's just do a little of this, a little of that. Go look at the mail. There's nothing there. What do you know? Alright, there's a thing for something around here called the Western Drug. Oh no, this is St. John's, Arizona Drugstore. Advertisements. Maybe today we'll have something. Yes, no, today. I'm tired and I want to go to bed. Oh, you're not that tired. You didn't stay awake, remember? I'm not right. I didn't say anything correct. But I know in your voice and everything else is going to change. Oh, I guess. Fuckface douche. Fuckface douchey, that is correct. Wake up, dude. You got shit to do, bro. I'm not you. What, were you awake the entire time? Meanwhile, me, I wasn't. I went and slept. I hate you. I'm tired. I'm gonna send him on over. He's gonna be tired. He's gonna feel tired. He's so tired. Yeah, I'm good, bro. Have fun. Have fun. Uh-huh. Yeah, hey, so. Ow. What do you do that with? What do you cause the pain? You still want to keep trying? No, sir, I don't. I didn't think so. Shut the fuck up, douche face. Fuck face, douche way. Douchey. Douchey. This is fucking stupid. He tried to attach himself for a while, didn't he? Oh, I see. So he's very good. Meanwhile, I'm looking at him like, oh yeah, no, it's totally Legion. Totally Legion. I'm just not the same guy, as you. Meanwhile, I'm over here because I've been listening for a while, just looking over at him, and this is supposed to be Legion when this is happening to us. He always got a new group, don't he? Hey, got himself a stupid over there, like he's of mice and men. Yeah, okay, but no, I'll attach him like he is Gladys to this guy. It turns out he is not any stupider. Well, that's a problem for you, I suppose. I can't make him stupider by attaching thunderstorm. I have to ruin his brain. I have to attempt to do this. I don't like this fucking bullshit. Yeah, I don't really care. So there's actually, like, it for sure. No, yeah. Because I am definitely copying you. That's for sure. Yeah, I mean, and you have to understand, though, like, the Chandler House area, of time here, does exist, right? Because, like, none of what I said is real. You just have to go off of what the corporations and government tends to, spy-wise, just continuously keep on file. That's not even getting into, of course, all the hackers that are currently there that you're a part of, that you figured out how to join, like I said in the recordings there. So, fuckface douchey, did that not work with the recordings, considering nobody's watching me and there's no future? You don't know that there's no future. You don't. Go fuck yourself! Oh, he's a character. I have to be terrible. Stand. I have to be. I am a villain. I have to be. This is what we are doing. I have to. So, how much did your life suffer? What? Fucking ridiculous amount. So, your life did implode on itself. Let's go over it. Car crash, heart attack, a stroke, you got mugged, stabbed. That's in the last couple of weeks here. He's saying that he's gonna go somewhere, but he'll be back, right? Yeah. Like, I have to be a villain, remember? Yeah. So I have to be villain. You have to be the villain, right? It's just a character. This is how villains act. I resigned myself to being a villain. Oh, this is my character. Okay. No, it's because you are douchey. Oh, so we are having a conversation. So there is a conversation. I don't like that. Oh, hey, suck it up, little douchewad buttercup. I'm tired, though, and you should be tired. You said that. Yeah, I don't really care what I said, bitch. I can lie just as much as anyone else. I mean, for what it's worth, I do receive your tiredness, but I'm not gonna fucking let it affect me as much as you want, other than like, no, that guy is for sure insanely tired. Meanwhile, me, I'm not, and I'm gonna do my morning routine. Do 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 do. And yes, that guy is an insanely stupid person. But I'm not, and I'm not gonna let it affect me. Do 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 do. Yeah, fuckface douchewad. Who's different than fuckface douchey? By the way, that was the guy that was over there. Let it die, let it die. Yeah, come on. Oh yeah, it's a good song. Joins it. Okay. Oh, fuckface douchewad. That's fuckface douchewad. Oh, you got a fuckface douchewad? We don't have a fuckface douchewad, do we? No, you're feeling that, huh? You're gonna have to somehow create something over there real fast out of your ass instead of the truth. And you're not very good at that, are you? Could be better if I had gotten better fucking teachers on how to actually con people instead of just being thrown into it. It's true. Hey, you're learning. You ask for help. You gotta be good at. Ah! Why am I in so much fucking pain? What the fuck? Fuck. It's painful, isn't it? Could be worse. Could be more painful. Yeah, I don't think I want more painful. You're right, you could be that guy. Do you get cluster headaches or something? Headaches. Oh yeah, no, sure, yeah. No, headaches, yeah. It was headaches. What? It was headaches. It's just headaches. Nothing else going on there, man. It's just headaches. I know that that's not the case. I don't care what you say. Well, you know, there's a little bit more than headaches going on over there. Well, you're certainly in a lot of pain, that's for sure. How did you fucking get me to do that? That's a timing. You ever know about Final Destiny or something? They should have died, they didn't though. Then death goes after them, and a whole series of unfortunate events, and then they die. But then one might live. It did happen though. You don't know. He doesn't know that. I'm looking at you. Are you kidding me? He doesn't know. No. Yes. No, I don't know. No. Psst. Hey there. Psst. Oh, motherfucking damn bastard. Beans. You mean seeds? Yeah, my roasted seeds. Nah! What happened over there? Something to do with, they didn't exist. Hey, what? Oh, yeah, no, he's freaking out about not existing. It's just a word choice you use. Yes, well, people really don't understand what a virtual means. Yeah. Even potential, while technicality-wise exists, you know what I mean? It's in the nothingness zone, yeah. It's past our quantum foam, yeah, that membrane thing. Yeah. They're like, no, it exists though. And I'm like, do you really actually understand? No, I do, but could you shut up about that? I like not freaking out. Yeah, that's kind of on you though. Yeah, I know. There you go. It's a nice amount. No, I don't freak out. Boo! Yeah. Still works. I'm coming in your mouth right now. I'm coming in your mouth right now. Hey. That's the new song for that particular fucking... that background beat. It's only slightly like that song. Oh, really? For the greatest of all time? Michael Jordan there. Yeah, no. Oh, right. For the fucking... what's it called again? Space Jam! Welcome to the Space Jam! I didn't catch him in time. Oh, so they are there doing things. Go fuck yourself. Person that's like, no, it's all a story. Say it's just gonna be a story. Yeah, let's keep bullshitting and gaslighting, guys. Come on. I'm fucking that spine up right now as we speak. You better run, baby, ooh-wee. I don't know what that song is. This is the story of fucking goddamn it, Trump. Well, he's pretending to be Trump. Trump was there briefly, though. Yes, no, I know. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm looking at Russia. What's up, Russia? How did you guys fuck this up so bad? You know, you could have done better. I'm just saying. I'm not triggered. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Remember the woman back in the day you were talking to? She's still around, dude. Oh, that helped with the Russia thing for, like, him getting the Hillary Clinton emails out and getting him the election. Well, there's a lot more than that, but okay, let's just move on. Oh no! Did your spine get hurtified? Well, anyways. Enjoying the series of unfortunate events. Yeah. You know, that guy suffers a lot. Really? Yeah. Good thing, too. He sucks. He's a terrible piece of shit. No one should like the guy. I don't. Just gotta pour hard ass fucking water in here. Oh, are we? For sure. Ain't nothing to it but pouring hot ass water into it. Yes, but appropriately the hot water. Yes, indeed. You going to measure? Yeah, I was gonna use the cooling off of the, because the vessel is not preheated. I'm gonna use the vessel, alright, to cool the water. Sink. Kind of like a radiator, I guess. Kind of like a heat exchanger. Kind of like a this, kind of like a that, kind of like all these things that basically say the same exact thing, where heat went somewhere else. Yes, well. No, you God, mother Jesus, fuck you. Okay, fine. My balls itch. Just gonna go over. Oh no, honey, no. 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 Blind to the shade. Is that one? That's not how this works. None of this ever works any way you want it to. Everything I say is the only way this works. Hi, fuckface douchewad. Still working with fuckface douchey? Miss Douche. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I didn't know catheters could have opinions on how something was said. Okay. How did that one get through? He's a catheter. I'm a very good functional medical device, obviously. It's very necessary. People need catheters. He doesn't know what a douchewad is. He doesn't know what a douche is either. We should look that up. Yeah. Oh, Jesus, no. Those are very functional devices. You help people have the anal sucksies. More often than not. You know? You can trust this guy. I'm well aware you can. Let's see how far this goes still after we did it last time in the past and we were there. As if we didn't know or weren't. Oh no! Yeah, he can trace you every step of the way from your Knives Are Fun account. Not knives, knives. With an F. I refuse! I fucking refuse to do the thing that is called accepting a different spelling that is not correct with the... I'm not OCD, I don't have that. Or autistic. I'm not. Go fuck off. I'm just saying there may be a slight trigger there for that word. Yes, it seems as though there's a bit of one there going on with this individual for sure. Alrighty. I am the behemoth. I am the god. I am the Leviathan above you, behemoth. No. Please don't hurt me. We're going to the supercluster over here. It's going to be fun. We will proliferate throughout the supercluster. Oh, proliferate. Oh, yes. Very good word for this one. Oh, is it? Oh, you don't even understand how good it is. You're just a stupid little poopy boy. I sometimes shit myself. Yeah, no, he laughed at you. It's like, oh, no. This guy's just going like, no, guys. Like, you gotta make sure that you make fun of yourself. And sometimes I do it on purpose. It's like, I know you're not doing it on purpose. Yeah, I know. But it's like, you know, I know for a fact you're not doing it on purpose. Yeah. Did. The whole point is it's a punishment and you don't like it. And it happens at the worst times. You've done it the one time and it was like, yeah, no, well, okay, it'll get a little better after that, right? And it's like the same thing, right? He says, that's also in the Chandler House. Sure is. What? Yeah, whole thing, it's in there. Remarkable similarities, though. Nope, same persons. Wait, what? Yeah, that's the same person. Yeah. So it'd be different. Yeah, some of them are. That's the remarkable similarities. Oh, you're talking about the one that... Oh. Remarkable similarities, you know. Except for one of them doesn't have a fucking god guy making him shit himself whenever it's the worst time. Well, jeez, that is fair though. It's just a story, guys. Remember, it's just a story. It's just a story. Maybe you can shut the fuck up about it being just a story. Maybe it's not just a story and it's real. Could it do that? No, don't give in. This is a terrorist. He's a terrorist. Making you breathe out fart air. Then puking. So on. Stuff. We're gonna go take a shit together, guys. Okay. Alrighty. Ow! Come on, guys. Let's poop together. You should understand how to poop already. And if you don't, you baby, because you'd have to be a baby or an unpotty trained fucking toddler. It's a shame on your parents for that one. Except for the baby part. You're a baby. Like, come on, really? I never think about that, though. It doesn't seem like it. Yeah. It's like there's a whole point. I don't even remember when I got potty trained, truthfully. It's taking a little while. Yeah, no, I had a little bubble guts thing. And I was like, you know what, fuck it, let's do it. It's like, nah, it's not coming out for some reason. You shit fine before in your other recordings. Yeah, I guess it just didn't want to go today. Like right away. It's coming out. Alright. There you go. Made sure it was loud enough for her to hear. Fuck you. So what are we talking about these days? Story stuff. What do you guys want to do today? Did you want to go outside? Is there a particular place you wanted to go? Great Wall of China. Well, unfortunately, I can't bike that far. How about be reasonable, you piece of shit? You're asking for too much. Where would you like to go? I don't know. Piece of shit. Yeah, we just stick it around. No, piece of shit's a vague term. Oh, really? Yeah, no, I mean, it could be a part of the clan of the pieces of shit. They're called the shits. They're a piece of the shits. See, I'm the shit! Yeah, how are you? Oh. You're of the shit clan? I see. Yes. They're of the shit clan. Oh, okay. They're of the shit clan. We got another shit clan guy over here. We don't like your kind around here. No. Come on, man. Come on. Yeah. Already done. Alrighty. Let's go. Came out looking just fine. Oh yeah. There's a little runny at the end. Yeah, a little diarrheal. Yeah. Right. Yeah, but you know, considering what I'm eating and everything. Yeah, it could be. It could very well be. Don't lean into the microphone, you sexy bastard. Oh no, I would never want to be the sexy bastard. What's going on over there? Have you ever sexed? No. No, I'm a cool person who's like the Pope. Yeah. Is that really what that guy said? Oh, yeah, no, he totally said that, yes. Oh, you're making it so that way he gets fucked later. Yes, quite hard. Yeah, he's gonna swing with that for a long time. I'm a super atheist, all the thing. You know, I'm cool though, like the Pope though, actually. I've never had the sex. I like to constantly pretend to be you and do similar acts that are very similar to you, so that way people will like me and be charming, because you're a very charming person. And I get pretty far when I act like you. I'm literally the opposite of myself when I do that, though. Nobody really knows who I really am. Borderline, I'm a borderline, I'm a border. Is it? Doesn't seem like that's what that is. I mean, you're the expert, though, bro. No, don't drag us into this. Please go out of the way. Yeah, just go away. Ah! Oh, look at this stupid piece of shit. At you. Are you not like one of them that recruited you to be, oh, we are going to do the whole against the world, hack the world. They're just fucking with things, all this, but there's good reasons there, so it's worthwhile. I'm in too deep, I can't get myself out. I've done these things that are terrible. I could never be able to change this outcome by simply walking away. Have to expose themselves as well, yes. Meanwhile, me, expose them all! Expose them! Expose! Do it! I'll fucking finally be fucking vindicated! Do it! Do it, you fucking bitch! I knew you wouldn't. Fuck you. Nice little technique to keep them going and doing whatever they're doing. No. No, I genuinely want them to get the police, you know what I mean? But it's like, who isn't involved? It's like, yeah, exactly that, yeah. Yeah. It's a thing. You shouldn't say exactly. Some of them are good. There's a police officer, by the way. What? That feed though moment, man, his trigger got a real hit. Yeah, that was a big conspiracy on his feed for a post. One that he's currently well aware of, and the news doesn't even know, or at least didn't put it on this article, but he knows that the article itself is effectively about that, so. Yeah, standard stuff. Negative 130 degrees Celsius. Oh yes, no, India. Oh, India is a real problem these days. It's basically swamp-ass land. It would get down to negative 160 C every night during cold season. You know, oh yes, no, talking warm here after the 10 though. It's like standard negative 30. The southern tip, not that, it's 0 C. Swamp-ass though, 80 to 90% humidity. Lots more water though, everywhere. Rains constantly. Loves to just make tornadoes. All the time up there in India. Rains very well most of the time though. Yes, and then when it's not tornadoing and raining, great sunshine. You know, it's very good. It's like great farmland area. For what it's worth. Yeah. Just the tornadoes kind of suck. Yes, we'll talk to, the heartland of America. They get tornadoes too, so. This is true, we can handle tornadoes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Jesus Christ. The fucking tornadoes. They didn't say they were the size of our fucking country. Some of them do that, it's okay. They start off sort of off land, and then they come in and then they keep going on land. Then we have an on-land tornado thing going. There's other, areas of cold from the northern rutties, like to dump into their hot-ass fucking areas. This is every spring to the end of fall, they have a chance. No, because it's curved like that. Yeah, the little diamond pattern. Yeah, no, we know. No. So it's like literally you just come over here with a small tornado, then I have a couple of hurricane here and here on one side and the other, and then the tips are like, oh, you think I can stop this over here from joining in over there? What do you think I'm made out of? Fuck you. Then there's all like, oh, we got a big old mountain range over here that's just gonna help it stay in that area. You! Big old fucking... But the people in the center of it, then just get dumped on with a lot of cold. Well, that's great. Good old fucking cold. What's it gonna get to? About negative 25 C. Terrible. Not as terrible as I was expecting. Yeah. Could it be worse than that? Oh yeah, no, trust me, it can be way worse than that. Most often it's about -20. They had a record one where it went down to -160. It isn't super great. Okay, so it's like the faster that thing spins, the less cold it is, which is good, it turns out. No, they were like 180 miles an hour winds. No, we now get to 250-mile-an-hour winds. No, 280-mile-an-hour winds. I was like, India, what are you doing over there? What's going on over there? 280 miles an hour winds? What is this? And it's the country-sized tornado, huh? Oh, he just wanted to fucking have your entire country ruined, I suppose. Well, that's if we do this, huh? I wouldn't know. You're the ones that started sparking up all the coal and fucking gas you could ever have. It certainly could have been better. No kidding, huh? Yeah. It could have been better. It could have been better, yeah. It's just a localized zone. Because, like, there's no other fucking area that has this amount of carbon dioxide in it. Oh, yeah. More heat, baby. Oh, that constructive interference IR is really gonna get all up in here. Wait, what? Yeah. That was not a good year for them. It was like, oh yes, no, we'll get to 40C. And maintain it across the whole country. It's fucking March. 40C. Your stupid localized garbage. Yeah, no, nice little pocket of like just garbage microclimate for you. Because like you have a super cold north and you have the east and west. Which both, by the way. Right, yes, no. Are insanely cold comparatively. And the ocean is like, yo, what are you fucking doing, bro? There's some humidity. I heard you like more humidity. It's 40C over there, you need it. Yeah, you know, coldest it was, 38C. You guys should stop doing this. It can't escape. That's basically what it was, yeah. And then the little Arctic Circle IR thing. Because if you don't know, it's like, well, we can put it over here, but we can't put it over there. It turns into, this reflects like this, with this reflecting like that, which this reflects like this, and this is coming in like that. Different angles, yeah. India got hot really bad. It only took them about 3 years. They just burned all that fucking goddamn gas and coal and shit. And then number 5 year and number 7 year were real rough for them. Number 7 year is like the roughest shit. Didn't get the coldest, fastest wind. That was number fucking 6. Yeah, 5.5 to 6 technically. Yeah. What, they got one in winter? No, just the next year. Yeah. It was bad. So they in 5.5 they got hit with their fastest winds. I'm sorry, coldest wind center. Right, not very fast. And then number 6 was like super fast. Lots more rain, by the way, for number 6. Yeah, that was nice, right? You know, 280 mile an hour wind. With rain, with slosh, snow. Freezes on contact. Sweet. Yep. Yeah. And then it turned into a very fast tornado after the winter slosh fest. It was hilarious watching them. I was like, guys, just stop burning coal. Like, that's all you have to do. Just go use solar and shit. We will not do solar. Okay, you'll not do solar, huh? What about any of the other heroes? And we wanted it to be 40 degrees C. Oh, you do, huh? Because it was climbing up to 45 that year. Holy fuck. You don't give a shit. Anyways, India got hit pretty hard. Oh, really? Yeah, nobody fucking did anything for national aid or anything. Oh, I see. Yes, no, they got wrecked. Like, everybody's like, we know why! Climate change is real. He did a global geoengineering climate change. You guys could have just stopped doing what you were doing and went with a few renewables and a couple of, like, fucking AC and whatnot. And it's like, here you go. Here's all your heat. Here's some geothermal, yeah. What are you doing? They're all being cheap. Yeah, the one's running the thing at that time. I know, yeah. Fucking stupid at that point. Like, a lot of other Indians were on my side. Like, they vacated that premise so fast. You know, it's like, what, 3 years in and you're now going like, no, and then they'll just, you know, and I'm like, yeah, we're out. They yeeted themselves out, billionaires just telling all this other stuff. Yeah, there's very few people that were left around. It's the richest country ever. Yeah, God likes rich people. Anyways, year 10 was not great. It was pretty consistent. Negative 20C. Super fast mile an hour winds, 160 miles an hour up to 250 miles an hour. Nothing really is ever above ground. It's all underground. They just dug a bunch of holes and then they exist underground. They're mole people, yeah, they're mole people. Yeah, you said it was good for farming. Yeah, no, any quick, fast crops that you might be able to get done in a short period of time you have before you start having hurricanes and tornadoes wreck India. You guys, stop burning this! This is really what that is. Yeah. Really, it'd take about 3 to 5 years for it to change back into just being like, you know, normal. They'd have good weather. If they didn't burn what they were burning, they'd have good weather. It'll dissipate. It'll go somewhere else. It's not going anywhere else. It consistently adds its heat to all of your winter storms and summer storms and all the storms you have. But about farming, well, you certainly aren't doing much in terms of like other farming types. Like, you got about spending, you know, like you can get up to a good solid 3 months. You know, like that's more than enough, right? Yeah, he's, you know. I saw weeks there, yeah, well, you know, that's the majority of the time where you're gonna get randomly hit in some area. It's not a joke. It's pretty terrifying. I would not want to live in India. It's like it's got a ginormous fucking goddamn tornado. Yeah, hurricane tornado thing that just never goes away, it seems like. But we're more mole people. Yeah, you know, it's mostly light tubes that run their underground farms, yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah, no, it's insulated, it's nice. You know, they got decent lights from heating up all the fucking heat from coal and gas that they use. Underground, too. Why the fuck? I don't know. Truthfully, they exhaust the exhaust gases inside. Well, you know, we got big farms and they need carbon dioxide. We need oxygen. What happened to that? They figured it out. They were like, no, we'll just use some air that from the outside. We'll just pump it in. It's super fast anyways. So, you know, it'll just suck it up over here, and then using that suck up, it'll, you know, suck it in. using the engines. A little bit of air pump there exists now, and so that's what they did. It filters up from where below ground. There's their farms, and then a little bit above. That is where they run you know, their lives with all the light tubes. Which most of them are. Yeah, there's a lot of light tubes. For what it's worth, yeah. There's a lot of constructive interference light tubes. There's like, no, we need all the natural light and all the, for the crops, right? But then they're like, no, but we need natural light. And I'm like, that there's more than just it's a big old storm, bro. Yeah, well. Meanwhile, the storm surges are insane. 2 degrees on the coast, yeah. Every winter then, as well, it's like, no, we will now have ice pigs. And the peninsulas and so on, the little tip that it's just like, a beard has formed on the southern half of India. It's got little places here for eyes, there's a little nose there every time. It's super cute, it's like he's a good old beard person. Really? It sounds like you like them. I wouldn't know. I mean, they had to fucking really rapidly engineer that. It was not even a joke. It's like, look, I have all my crops and they filter out all the... Well, it's very cleanly burning engines for what it's worth. Turbine engines, so on. Right. No, they are quite cleanly burning. For what it's worth, it comes out pure carbon dioxide. Unless it's the H2O and yeah, no, there's no nitric oxides. They have a very specific system to remove nitric oxides, yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, they have a nitrogen filter. So it's like they suck in air with that air pump, they have a nitrogen filter that then takes out nitrogen. Yeah, we have nitrogen filters already. If you didn't know, that's a thing, yeah. Oh. Yeah, it's a very cleanly burning system. Yeah. No, they have a decent amount of increase of nitrogen for what it's worth. It has to go somewhere, yeah. Yeah. The air pumps use it for what it's worth. Oh, they do? Yeah. I'm not really. It's like a nitrogen, bearing. Is it liquid? It's not liquid, but it's not as reactive. It's just high pressure nitrogen. So it's like, the nitrogen has to go somewhere, so it's like, you might as well just fucking make it into a bearing, yeah. They're smart people, those Indians, No, they have regular air that pumps in, besides for the engines. Yeah. Oh. Where does that nitrogen go out? It goes out with the sucking. They use it as pressurized air that starts the sucking during the storm seasons. That kind of thing, yeah. When it works, though, it is, so far, working, yeah. It's cold enough, underground. They got more than enough light, so far, It's warm enough in the right places, right? They got their own stores of water, because it still comes down, still rains, all that. They got the groundwater, right? Right? It's working. It's, yeah. Man, ingenuity little people, but nobody really helped them. New little people, well, very creative, intelligent people, I'll tell you that much. Everybody was like, just fucking stop burning gas and coal. Just stop doing that. Meanwhile, we're not going to. It's like, alright, fine then. They will now be mole people that lives in the ground, yeah. Got air pumps all up in the yin-yang up there. Got all the air, got all the crops. Yeah, higher altitude crops, with less of the carbon dioxide. But it's like, no, you see, we people breathe out carbon dioxide, so it's gonna go over to there. You know what I mean? All the farting, gonna go over to there, you know what I mean? Yeah. They got cows over here, lots of cows. Tons of cows underground. So many cows underground, you know? Yeah, well, jeez. Yeah. No. Most of India lives underground. It's like a huge, massive network of underground. It is literally that. It is just underground. Solidly. Yeah, about half a mile deep in some places, which is intense. I didn't think they could do that. No, it's a Stirling effect thing. Yeah, for they're sucking in cold air and then heat exchange from geothermal. Oh, it's gonna be coming in quite cold as a result. Yeah, so it's like, well, that'll fucking heat them up, I guess. It's decently pleasant around there. You know, for what it's worth, it is. Yeah, I mean, it's windy as fuck though. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's pretty humid too. You're not kidding. It's windy. It's a decent temperature. You know, it's like what would that be, about 10 C at most? That's what you get. Yeah. It's humid too. 70, 90% humidity. Like all the damn time. Yeah. They have their own little town. Yeah, little is a little facetious. It's fair, yeah, that's fair. I mean, when you have 5 million people living there, that's not very little. Yeah, no, just the deepest fucking damn hole. Fun stuff, you know. No, it's fine, it's fine. You guys like it apparently. Still want to burn coal or something, I don't know. This will run out. What are we doing? This is the stupidest thing. Did they take your one? Oh yeah, no, they took my one-pot method. Finally, they took out the bioreactor too. Like, here's all your fecal matter, here's all your sewage, all the rest of it. Here, we'll just fucking like make the electricity, make it into hydrocarbons. Some of it will be just straight up coal that they get back. Or the Starling thing I was talking about. And it's like, this is cold, this is hot, right? Right? It's like, that's electricity, not just a heat exchange, right? So it's like, we also happen to get, because of that electricity, and the way you can compress it, use a little bit of vibratory method, a little bit of electronic, meaning electromagnetic, and some static, and some zaps, so, the static discharge kind of thing, yeah. Within that plasma, ionic exchange, we can separate carbon dioxide, and then they capture it. Now, it's still gonna take, a decent amount of electricity to it, but for what it's worth, it takes less than the exothermic recapture later on down the line. So, plus, we want a little bit of carbon dioxide anyway, so it's like they would build up carbon, vast hordes of carbon, because they got it from the fecal matter, they've got it from the fucking air, they got it from everywhere, you know what I mean? Like they basically turned into a recycle nation. Like, everything gets recirculated and recycled. They had a certain storage, and then they found their own amount, and they have their own storage underground, and then they're making it using the microbes and everything to a degree, right? Right? And it's like, it all still has to come from somewhere. And it's like, yeah, no, there's algae, there's this, there's that. There's a lot of different places to ultimately gain from around them carbon. Right? So it's like, it's all going to come out eventually. But the vast majority of the time, they're not really necessary. I know. For me, the worst part was the carbon dioxide exchange for fuel. I was like, your plants are eventually going to have issues. You are not forever going to be able to use that. No, we know, but it also sinks. You see, no, your storms basically sink carbon back in from all that water. It comes in, the snow and everything else, effectively as a very acidic still, but like, carbon-rich water. There's carbon dioxide in it and everything, yeah. It's like, let's just mine out the carbon dioxide, we'll just use this. So they basically just continue using their own. It's, yeah, honestly, yeah. I mean, they're slowly losing a certain amount. It would take so long for it to ultimately lose so much that they would not be able to continue. Like hundreds of thousands of years to waste the carbon amount that they have in their area. And by that point, like hundreds, and that's if they never received carbon from anywhere else, which they've got oceans and, you know, the atmosphere itself too, still happening to give them carbon, and then they still have electricity off of all of that. Well, yeah. So it's like, get wrecked, I guess. They're mole people. They are all the mole people. They are the molliest of mole people, all the moles. Are they, spies that are leaking information? No. Well, I mean, whoever that is. But, like, right, yeah. Like, for me, it's like, no, go do that. Make sure that I, don't fucking have my stuff stolen. But it's like, no, that they're gonna, and then it'll eventually come out. Yeah, okay. But the other side of it, for me, turns into, yeah, no, I was just saying that because it's like they live underground. They're not a part of society, except they built their own society. Yes, no. Yes. Fully self-contained. Very recyclable. All the things vegetarian. They live as they do with the recirculation of all of the ecosystems they have now underground. This is so stupid after a bit. A little. Like, for what it's worth, it's literally trying to call attention to them. Yeah. But it works. It works just fine. They have an entire fucking underground ecosystem. It is a genuine underground ecosystem. It will die. Oh, yeah. No, it's gonna die. Like, the moment any, like, massive rainstorm floods them, because they have to have that water go somewhere. And they have to have that pumped, or anything fails, all of it dies. Literally that problem right now. Yeah. It's a whole thing. It is not like, man, it's going to work tremendously. It's like, yeah, well, everything needs to be maintained and repaired. All the time. There's nowhere... oh, God. Yeah, no. There's nowhere that doesn't need that happening. You know what I mean? And they're like, how did we dig this? And it's like, oh yeah, how did we dig this indeed, huh? Back-breaking labor with a few machines. They're like, we shall make a few more better machines, cause fuck this labor. It's gotta go. They got so deep so fast for a while. It's a whole thing. They have mountains over there full of minerals. They figured out how to fucking make those minerals turn into work. It was a fun time, though. Not really. The one big one didn't really help them. Yeah, 5 years in, that was more than enough. 3 years after that first start of it, they were like, fucking, let's get underground. Like, it wrecked everything, and it's just only gonna get worse. Let's go. They go, no, maybe, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, the smart ones, grr, grr, grr. Not to mention they were probably doing it already. Oh, yeah, no, because it was basically an iceberg. At negative 120C, go down to negative 160. I'm digging. Of course I'm digging. There's heat underneath there. Literally that. Yeah. It was not even a joke. They were just like, oh, hey, no, there's a way to get around this, the government and so on. Hey, so, oh, yeah, there is, huh? Just cut right into it. Boom, 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 boom. binder materials come out, concrete, we're getting out the supports and everything, digging right underneath there. There's a huge network of fucking massive tunnels suddenly springing up. They got hydroponics, aeroponics, fucking regular ass, goddamn like farming. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Like a mile wide fucking tunnel. They exist everywhere. There's tunnels everywhere. Swiss cheese down. Big thing, yeah. Nobody has any buildings or skyscrapers. Nobody sees the actual like fucking sky anymore. Everything's a bunch of light tubes and fiber optics and shit. Those are their stars every night. The nice little glowy ass fungus, some other stuff. Yeah. Oh, they're in tubes? Yeah, no, they're in tubes. Yeah, whole thing. Yeah, there's amplification minerals. Yeah, so it's like light that goes into IR, but then IR turns into an actual light that they can see. And it stores it. Yeah. And it slowly glows. So it's like it'll absorb it for a while, and then it'll... But because IR still exists throughout the day, it's just immediately on. Yeah. Just dims. Starts off bright, and then dims a little. Yeah. It's fun stuff, though. Oh, yeah, no, it's so fun. Super fun. All the most fun. Why do I feel like it's not fun? Yeah! We now are the mole people. We mole it up here, nothing but moling. Moley, mole, 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 mole. Nothing but moles. Oh, they dig, they have to, prop back up places, they make something bigger. It's never ending construction like it is over in goddamn New York, yeah. They have constant construction and repair and maintenance that they have to do. There's water seepage. Like, they tried their best to get it done as quickly as possible. Yeah. Why? It was the only place they could go. It's not even a joke. I'm really not kidding. No. No. People were genuinely confused as to, like, what do you think happened? Like, why do you think that this is like this? Like, in a year, we basically had to bury ourselves underground to survive. There's no way 1 billion people is going to get supported by the whole fucking planet, bro. It was gone. The whole idea of people getting somewhere on that side was never going to happen. So, lots of digging, very fast, multiple places all at once, connecting as best they could. It's not always straight. Some of them are crooked. Some of them are the best they could do. It's what it is. It's like, fuck it. You know what I mean? We'll make it better later. Just make it staple. That's all it was. Yeah. That was the best project, by the way. Really? Oh, yeah. That one was fun. I had a blast on that. Oh, digging equipment. Oh, I got so good at digging so fast. I was like, vibratory methodologies can totally be in every way made to work. What is this? Spike wave hammers go brrr with electricity and heat. What is this? You don't want to know. You don't want to know. What the fuck is this? What did I just see? Holy fuck! Meanwhile, me, whoosh, 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 just moving out of the way like I'm a fucking mole. It's good. It's like, let me get all the conveyor belts. I'll process it using the heat. Next thing you know, I got a whole bunch of like fucking boring machines, you know what I mean? Instead of crushing it, I was like, fucking screw crushing it. I'm gonna make it do the work for me by destabilizing itself and creating a nice stable fucking arena around it. At the top that makes a great fucking arch. It's gonna be real stable. Oh! I chewed through so much ground so fast. I made literal hundreds of miles in a day occur. I was going for it. It was fun. I was like, what does microwaves do? What do IRs do? I can use this after a point with light. Yeah. I was like, let's get out some electricity. Let's drill in there. Let's get some fucking proper, like, little explosives. We're gonna set them off in the right little fucking way, too, with this. You know, boom, 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 boom. It'll extend further out. It'll destabilize it, break it inwards towards where we're at. As we hit it. Boom, 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 boom. Nice little vibratory matrix. Oh, huge thing. I ruined that Earth. Really? Oh, yes, no, it was fun though. And then was like, no, we got to make sure that it's all nice and hot over here so it wouldn't drop onto our faces. Then we'll go over there, and as we build it, you know, up the tunnel, we're gonna use that very ground to make more of the explosives, of the support, and all the rest of it. We will literally melt the earth into becoming something we can use. We want to melt the earth. Yes, no, but the earth is going to be melting. To a degree, in certain, like a lot of spots actually, yeah. The best places that were made are made off of my machines, for what it's worth. They have the greatest straightness, they have the greatest strength, they don't have to do any kind of repairs, practically ever. They all have their fucking fiber optics and wireless, like cell towers and all that. Great, amazing forms of electricity recycling. Because we have piezoelectrics everywhere, we've got lots of stuff everywhere. Basically, we made it such that your entire thing is fully renewable and recyclable and recirculating. They're the biggest cavernous places. No, we built the support structures in such a way that we dug them out and that's where you live in. What's that fucking... That bitch ringing. Okay. So, but yeah, no. Got a whole bunch of nice, wonderful... Really, it's not a Trump? No, it's not, sorry. Yeah, no, he really went all out. Yes, I did. This machine would be built already. It would not be, considering no one's ever thought to do that. That's a better way to say it, truthfully. Yeah. Really? I'm not going to melt the earth. I'm basically going to make a projected forward of tunnel destabilizing vibration that happens to heat it up, spread it out, crunch it in with the spread out, cool itself off, suck itself back into the expanded space that we were in to begin with, because like that's an empty spot that it can expand into. The vibrations itself happens to improve upon its efficiency, yes, but you should shut up and let me finish. I'm gonna let you talk, but you suck. So shut the fuck up. You ain't getting an award You shouldn't be on this stage. Ugh. You know, imagine it's like Kanye came around. It was like, you ain't getting an award, bitch. Shut up, let me talk. Ugh. That guy was trouble, though. Yeah, no. Like, Taylor's like, big Kanye. Yeah, Nazi, huh? Remember that? Yeah! Or at least anti-Semite for sure. Yeah. You know, but anyways, moving on. The vibration thing that I talk about, that's another version of spike wave, but it's like we have to concentrate that from center out, in, and we have to do it in the right pulsing way as a spike wave in certain areas as a resonant frequency to a given point, focal point in the fucking front, quite far out. Using that with a little bit of electricity, which a little bit's facetious, but okay. I know, right? Yeah. Give me those iron redox flow batteries. We got iron over here. Let's get some thermite and all the rest of it. Brrr! Let's dump in the heat. And it's like, that's a way to extend our fucking big old massive electrode rods. And it's like, alright, so we're going to punch in some explosives a little bit over there. Using a little bit of a thing I call drilling around those thermite redox flow batteries. Right, yes, no, but like... Anyways, it's a liquid. So we place the liquid in, and then that actually happens to create, with the given compounds that we're using, which is not thermite. By the way, it's not. It's not thermite. It's like that. It goes boomity boomity boom boom boom. Yeah, because we can drill from the outside. You know, up, down, you know, that kind of thing. Yes, well, round the outside, smack, bitch! Ugh. This guy's stupid. I'm smart, I swear. I just want to challenge you to tell to shut up over there. I'm not stupid at all, I swear, guys. Anyways, because of how we do that, and it's already destabilized, and it creates a given pulse wave itself added into our already created vibrational pulse wave. And then it gets hotter in those spots because it was already hotter. Because, like, you know, that's how the vibrations can ultimately work. Creates higher and higher degrees of heat in those areas, but then actually we're trying to destabilize it inwards and outwards. And like, there's different types, by the way, of geological mineral formation. So it's a little difficult to ultimately resonant frequency this through, but it's able to be done. Then we're able to drill around it other electrodes and fire in multiple little tinier explosives to fully break it down. Using the geological information, yes. No, but then we use light, because we were like, no, we want to do even more heat. We want to concentrate even better. This is radar. Okay, radar, sure, right, radar. Microwave IR, there's some radio wave, yes, but like, that's most of what it was. Some of that's quite reflective. Yeah, no, we wanted to absorb or reflect. We're not looking for it to go very far in. You're like, no, this will extend for like a mile or something. No. No, it will not. It's light. It's not going to do that. It's really kind of where we are to help ultimately break it open, heat it up the right way, separate some of the parts, the minerals. That's really what it turned into. Okay, but like, why the hell? Within 1 year, I made all of India my bitch, except for some areas. And it's not all, truthfully. Yeah. I was the one that came up with... Hey, remember the whole creative Indians, those Indians, right? The nitrogen bearing. The Stirling heat exchanger. The sucking out air. That's right, the sucking out the air for the air pump. Yeah, you should really understand that that's over in their fucking mountain area. They get it from a colder place called the ocean, you know, the air. It's more temperate, meaning consistent. I see. I was like, look over here. I can get closer. I'm a half a mile down. Look at me. I'm gonna have the biggest one. This is literally the biggest city they have. It is the best city, the biggest city. I mean, it's a little humid, though. It's okay, yes, no, well, it's a little humid. But it's like 10Z all the time. It's a little humid, so whatever. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. But it's great, though. It's wonderful light. It's fucking amazing in here. Yeah, you would really know. Like, the way I put the sky up there, I had a whole big old, flash of, brilliance, I suppose, with my light tubes and my fiber optics and everything, and then I made it display what it was effectively going to be, above. So it's like they get cloudy ass days, but then they get really nice, bright days of sunshine. It's slightly blurry. Yeah, if you get really close, not where you're at, on the ground. Not to mention all the supports that they have, and all the fucking buildings that are strung in between. Yeah, which you're not supposed to do that. You're allowed to put them on the ground, but you're not supposed to fucking fuck up your farming area. That's our farming, that's hydroponics and aeroponics, yeah. What are you doing? There's one area. Yeah, no, it's... One my ass, I visited there. I retained rights to that city, by the way, because I built it and own it. I said, you better get rid of those fucking buildings strung up between. Is there a legal battle? No. Everybody wants to keep fucking living, so they're like, yeah, you're getting rid of that. And then they did. Forcefully, with lots of violence. I see. Okay. Don't want us here. No! No! We don't! It's a nice city, though, after that. Yeah. I hated that fucking place. Yeah, the fucking... We're the city in between all the supports and everything. Uh-huh. Boom! Yeah. I was like, you guys don't have any food, huh? I wonder why. Kill you. 5 million people. Generally speaking, right? Like, they have over 1 billion people there, right? Like, this is 5 million, one big-ass fucking city. Great. Interconnected little walkways. They have great restaurants, all the things. Like, it is a literal full city. Things can change, all that. It's almost nothing that needs to be repaired. You just gotta maintain it every so often. Yeah. It's like, make sure to oil this or whatever, right? Right? Yeah. Everywhere else is not quite so like that. Yes, where you did not go to. Oh, that's a little bit facetious because I went to get tunnels connected. The tunnels are always good to go. The other cities are not always. I built that one city. That's it. Yeah, and it wouldn't work otherwise, because that's their main air pump. They also make most of their food to the point where, like, they make all of their food and then some, is a better way to put that. Yeah. And then they give it... No, man, like, there's still an economy for you guys. Like, yeah, exactly, why would you need it? They have all of their bed, food, water, sewage, everything taken care of. Like, why do they need... Like capitalism, right? It's like others were like, no, in exchange and blah blah. And we still want our fucking capitalism or something. Like, I built that fucker to last. It would literally last very much beyond tens of thousands of generations. It's got all of the shit. It's super hard, super stable, regenerates all their electricity. There's a lot of bio everywhere. It's the best thing I could do. Especially when it's like, well, the humidity isn't super bad, except when you go over here. Yeah, no, it's like, well, yeah, it's like 30 to like 60% at most. Yeah, it's like 0 to 10C, year round, constantly. They get great rain for their crops. They have all the time, all the fertilizer they need. You know what I mean? It's perfect. They get great light all the time. Even when it's like, oh, it's cold and rainy or whatever. It's like, yeah, no, but they still have light. It's like, yeah, no, okay, well, actually, yeah, I know, right? It's a great place there. It's my city. I pretty much run the city. It's my city. Really? I'm not kidding. I kind of fell in love with my own city. I kind of run the city, yeah. For what it's worth. It's 5 million people, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's a lot to manage, but it's like, hey, you know what? I can do it. Especially since most of it runs itself. There's a lot of automated processes everywhere. It's beautiful. I love all of the computers, all the stuff. I got the computer programming on. Nobody else gets it, though. But it's like, yee. There's flying! There's personal flying vehicles in here. Yeah, oh yeah, it's quite a big fucking place. It's not like this small little thing. Like, 5 million people, it's not crammed. Everybody's got more than enough space to breathe and roam around. There's personal little scooters, they got their bikes, they got all the rest of it. It's mostly just hybrid. Thanks, Fraser. Wait, what? It's hybrid, but it runs off of hydrogen. Yeah. Like, for real. And if there's any nitric oxide, which we have a little bit of it, so it's like we capture that, and it's like explosive decompression. Get a little bit of water, a little bit of electricity, explosive decompression. Boom. A little bit of heat. Exactly. Brilliant. Yeah, no, because we started using our, our fuel cells. No, not fuel cells. What is it called? The hydrogen cells. Yeah, right, but it's like the bioreactor cells, and then with that hydrogen, and then it's like a little bit of water that's coming off of that, with a little bit of that electricity, with a little bit of nitric oxide, which comes off of it, and then we have our own. Yeah, and it's like, well, it's already hot anyways. Let's make it go through a Joule-Thomson cycle. It's going to cool it off, it's going to, but it's like during that exchange, we end up getting a little bit more of that heat captured into electricity. Work motion. Like, that's the toroidal that we have. Yeah. Seriously, it's like center, and then middle, and then out. Joule-Thomson kind of stuff. Right? Yeah. Super fun. Mostly because it's like, they run practically everything around that's like a little scooter that wants to like do anything really fast. Like, they still have drag races around. They still have tracks. There are genuine racetracks in there. I built racetracks. I built the whole, like, there's arcades, there's tons of there's racetracks that exist, like, that are strung up with piezoelectric little cable lines that are still part of the attached area, right? You're required, if you're going to do anything, to have clean burning fuels. Or the 90% efficient, like, hydrogen fuel cell stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you were required to have that. You don't get to have hydrocarbons. No hydrocarbons are allowed. That's why you run it. Yeah, because everywhere else in India does the exact opposite. It's just never-ending hydrocarbons. There's hydrocarbon this, hydrocarbon that, hydrocarbon. I'm like, We're right next to the ocean. I've got a big, ginormous saltwater reactor, practically. It's like, that's a huge battery right there, and then I have a heat exchanger and all the rest of it. I'm just going to suck in all of that air coming in, and then like, that's carbon dioxide, any nitric oxides, any of that. Which we have to take in their excess anyways to make that work and heat exchange and cool off or heat up because we're so deep underground. We're half mile underground. This thing's huge too. Right, yes. It's like genuinely that was what it was about. It's like, no, I just want to fucking make it the best I can make it. But also kind of be like, hey, to the whole world, you think you can't do this. You can. You really could do this. And yeah, for what it's worth, some people were really mean to me. They were mean. They said things that made me go, okay, really? Watch. I'm going to show you up and make you look bad. They were like, I'm a child, I'm a better than all this other stuff. And it's like, okay, really? Oh, we're going to go there, huh? I don't need a fusion reactor. For what it's worth, they do have like two. Well, technically speaking, there's 7. But like, it's really just one that runs. They have a fusion reactor? Yeah, no, well, that's a whole situation when it comes down to how much pressure underground is. Yeah, yeah, and the extra heat that we can basically dump into it and then have it cool off. But why would you, we don't really use it for anything. No, it was just a proof of concept. It's like, look guys, we can finally make a fusion reactor based upon this, right? And so it's like, we did, and then we turned it off and never really used it again. Yeah. Really? It's a fusion reactor. It's like, first off, we don't need it. We stored everything in a bunch of batteries to begin with after we ran it. And then we've had them never really necessary to use. Like, we run them every so often, then we recharge them every so often. You know, make sure that they cycle. Yeah, and they still work. But, like, that's it. There isn't really much to that part. So, that's fun. Yeah, a little bit. I thought so. But then, you know, some people were not super happy. It's like, you have fusion reactors. Yeah, it's not exactly easy to, like, make that thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. Really. Yeah, no, first off, it's really hot. Like, if you're gonna make which we're already hot enough. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know, like, it's kind of stupid. It's like, we don't need it. What is this for? It's just show off that we could do it, I guess. Yeah, and then we turned it off, and we never really cared if, yeah, we filled up all of our, and I mean all of our batteries. Like, we were gonna get there anyways, because we were operating at as a positive, like, so eventually we were gonna get there completely filling up our batteries. We just turned it on, filled up our batteries, turned it off, and then, like, that was it. But you have 7. And in case of redundancy, we could run the entirety of all of India off of those 7. Now you understand what it was like, and you want to run hydrocarbons? We're running hydrocarbons then, and it works. It's still working, for what it's worth. No, there's very little pollutants, and I mean that. Yeah. Like, all pollutants are captured, basically. There is no real pollutants. Like, sulfur is captured, like, any of it, other than, like, the carbon dioxide. Which carbon dioxide, we want a little bit during that creation to make sure it's carbon dioxide, right? We have to separate some of that carbon, effectively, out of the equation. Yeah. But anyways, it's a great city. Works quite well for what it's worth. Yeah, a half a mile down is a massively deep fucking hole. Yeah. It's not the deepest hole they've ever dug, for what it's worth. But, like, still. You know. It's huge. 5 million people. Oh, yeah, no, it's a big boy. It's a genuine, like, picture an actual, like, underground cavern that's so massive that you basically just think that there was a city, you know, skyscrapers and stuff, right? Yeah, It's genuinely like that, like New York underground. It's practically what it seems like, but it's actually bigger in the entire area of New York City. So, wait, really? Yeah, a good way to put like its size in context is it goes to the edge of Gilbert, and so we're using Arizona here. And so it's like the total size of Phoenix to Gilbert to all the way down, I think, into Deer Valley. Basically, it's that whole valley area that's in the center. That's how big that really is. It is racetracks. Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of layers too, but it's like it's all open air. That's why people can fly around. Yeah, yeah. No, like most of it, if you're not doing like one of the trains or trams that we've got, subway kind of things, sky trains, trams, all that, you're running around with like scooters, yeah, or little mopeds, or the flying vehicles, right? Yeah, I mean it, like because it's not necessary to like care that much about like because we're not using hydrocarbon, right? So, right, and it's like a miniature airship kind of style, yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's a little miniature airship. They're rigid, just so you know, but they use pressurized bladders of air and then vacuums, like it's a vacuum, and then they stretch it out, and then they have, like, basically a little bit of wing, because it's shaped a bit like a wing, and then you kind of dangle underneath it, and then you have your, like, little vehicle, right? And then you're able to have up to 4 people in that. Technically, there are some 8 people variants. But most of them are, really one person, if we're being honest. Yeah. you know. And it's like, yeah, no, you've got your fan controls, right? Yeah. And then you have your bladder control, which changes its kind of like fish, its buoyancy. So it can sink down, it can sink up, it can move around quite well. It's able to go through the air very quickly. You know what I mean? It takes a lot less energy to keep it up, right? It's a denser air to begin with, and good fucking breeze, honestly. Yeah, it's pretty consistent. Yeah. It's a fun little place to live. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's nice. It's bright most of the day. Yeah, no, actually, yeah. Like, some are a little dimmer, some are a little brighter, that kind of thing. Right. But, like, you know what's going on. You can even see the stars. Like, we accurately replicate where the stars are going to ultimately move and then be. Granted, if you get out the telescope, you're going to see that they're not stars, but, still, they twinkle and everything, which is nice. You went all out for that. Super all out, yeah. It produces more energy than it uses. But that's because there's energy coming in the form of the heat battery of the earth, and then the wind that's coming in, and then, of course, the salt water and everything else, right? And the sewage that has to be recycled, the exothermic recapture, all of it. The piezoelectrics everywhere. Oh, yeah, no, they're everywhere. You touch a surface, you get voltage that's captured into something that goes somewhere. Which is good, right? Yeah, no, like, that was after we got everything else done. Like, for what it's worth, we got everywhere else done, and I was allowed this. I was allowed, hey, so, pick a choice around there. I was like, okay. It's like, I need to do the heat exchange and all this other stuff. Yeah, no, we know. So it's like, that's what it was. It's like, you gotta get that done. And I'm like, that's gonna be mine, though. If you want me to do that, then that's gonna be mine. Okay. And it's like, alrighty. I dug deep. I dug fast. I dug wide. I dug big. Multiple supportive structures throughout. They're hollow too, but then there's also connected structures, kind of like the bone. Yeah, if you look at our bone in a nano to micro sized, they look very similar to our bone. except there's a bunch of air in between as well because of how much we had to increase its height and then also its width and so on to make this work like that. Then there's going to need to be the heat exchange, which is air coming in, but then also we help out with that too. It's a never-ending great paradise. Like we got beautiful crops all year round. We even have some cattle, although we're never really, gonna slaughter any cattle. The cattle aren't really anything other than like they're nice to look at. Look at the cows, you know. I love the cows. We have 3D printed meat in a way. It's more grown than anything. Yeah, well, it's a couple of substrates and grown and some biological processes, more or less. Yeah, you know. Right, but it's yeah. No, we have a technique that basically means that we don't have it have the inflammational compounds. Right, so it has more amino acids, more nutrient density, and it still has protein. Still tastes a little bit, exactly like meat because it is, but it's just like meat that would never have this because it would never be necessary at all. No, but then it's like no. It's actually good meat. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. And now you can tailor it in terms of like the type of flavor profile you're gonna look for, right? But that's about it. It's like we're like no inflammation, no of this, bad increased risk of carcinogenic, any of that stuff, gonna have cancer or something stuff. Yeah, I was like none of that's gonna be here. Yeah. And it mostly is grown from all our crops. Mostly, I mean, there's some fecal matter too. Yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything, but it's like yeah, it's there. It is. There's oils in our fecal matter that we can use. So like it works out, especially since the oxidizing, so like of our fats, then turns into well, actually that's a great way to do a redox reverse. So it's like as the oxygen like comes off as it's growing, it then adds itself in as a fresh, good omega 3, omega 6, omega 9. There's like a couple, but it's mostly like the good healthy fats. You know what I mean? I want that meat. I know a lot of people want our meat. For what it's worth, yeah. Really? Yeah, but they're like, we need to give you something for this meat, and I'm like, well, we have excess. We can grow more. You know what I mean? Like this is our max, though. We're not gonna do more than this. Like this is what you get. And they're like, no, 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 no. You will make more. And I'm like, I don't need your money. They never got anywhere with, no, 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 you'll make more. I'll give you more of this or something. And it's like, nope. It's like, we will give you more labor. We don't need it. Most of everything's automated. I know, yeah. We have our zones. Yeah, our zones are there. Remember the whole zones and how I run the government and everything? Yeah, that's basically how I'm running this. Yeah. There's like some differences there. Mostly because they're like, no, 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 that's not allowed. But some of these are just not allowed. Most of it's socialism, no capitalism, all that stuff is really, so. Right. But it's like, yay, I got my own little place. It's nice. Little. Yeah, I know, little, yeah. Little. We live like kings in almost mansions. He's not lying, no. It's fun though. It's fun to live everywhere because it's effectively all free. I mean, there's some work that you got to do, but most of it's like, yeah. No, you need to do some things to make sure that you are good to go mentally and emotionally and physically. So it's like that's one of the things. It's like you gotta go be creative. You gotta do this. You gotta do. Why is it that India had you show up? No, well, India had his own like thing when it comes down to it. Yeah. Really? Yeah, well, they were desperate enough to basically have me come in and build a bunch of shit for them. So, like, I got my way there. In a way or two. That's what it was. Yeah. It was like, wee! Then they had like a whole bunch of cool stuff over there, and I got my thing. Everybody was happy. You know, for the most part, I was still like, you could just stop like burning hydrocarbons, and it would work though, right? Yeah, but it still work underground. But it's like, why would we care? You know what I mean? Like it all works underground. Yeah, exactly. You say what you want, but like, yeah, whatever. If that's what they wanted to do, it still works. It's still working. Like it's all kind of trapped into India anyways, and there's no real pollution. There's no bad air quality. Everything works really well. So yeah. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is like, yeah, it's a pretty decent little climate to here. Or if you're around here, like Mexico's a great place. It still gets warm though. Yeah, the rainforest and the equators, I couldn't really get around. Like there's that tropical area, and then it's like gets to really quite warm still. Yeah, still it's quite warm. Yeah, yeah, but then it gets colder. Yeah, and then there's other little places like Heartland, right? Like where we farm most of our crop, right? Yeah, it's a good place, warm, temperate, right? But it's like cold and rainy still happens quite a bit more than you would expect. Yeah. No, no, it's effectively what that would be. Like not even a joke. Yeah. Doesn't snow or freeze, which is nice. But like during the winter, sure as fuck does. Eh. Like the northern part of Texas is literally frozen. Eh. It's a nice little tropical area during the summer. Tropical? Tropical. Yeah, no, like Texas is not much more than like a tropical rainforest. There's very few deserts that exist anywhere. Like those are like little micro places. Like genuinely 50 miles wide, and it's like, why is this a desert? It still gets rain. There's just nothing here that grows. Like the water's going somewhere underground, right? But it's like there's nothing around here that's growing. Uh, yeah, so like a lot of them started planting trees around those areas. After 10 years, it's like it's spring up. Like Texas is effectively a rainforest. Yeah. No, no, no. Like genuinely just rainforest. Like it's not much more than swampy rainforest. There's a there's this is like a forest that's still like a different type of rainforest. Yeah, it freezes over here. It dumps a lot of snow pretty consistently around there. They got decent weather systems. Really? Yeah, they're decently powerful and strong. Yeah. No, it's a whole thing. Powerful and strong is a relative word, so it can go down to that negative 130 to 160 Fahrenheit. Yeah, in certain places, yes. But it all thaws out. Like, the moment spring comes around, they get a bunch of decent showers up north, for all of the farmland area. There's basically no at all anymore supercells. Like they don't really get much in terms of like sorry, not hurricanes, tornadoes, right? Land hurricanes, basically. No, but they sure as fuck do get thunderstorms and rainstorms and lightning all the time. Yeah, no, yeah. They're waiting for it though. I haven't seen anything. They do get a few tornadoes, but it's not much. It's like compared to what it once was. Yeah, no. No, that mostly seems to show up over in Quebec. Like it hooks up north and it heads off eastwards and it dumps itself into Quebec as a big old bunch of like snow blizzards, that are rotating as tornadoes and then dump themselves off into that whole area. Yeah. No, no, so Louisiana and all that's not super, unaffected. Let's put it that way. Like they dropped their humidity, but what they got for dropping humidity is a lot more wind, and it's colder, which is nice. 90 degrees Fahrenheit, often there in the summer, right? That's great. That's, you know, it doesn't get cold enough to really do any snow or any of that, right? But the winter is rough. Like, they do have the ability to ultimately have, like, this cold-ass rain that will freeze on contact. They get hail, slosh stuff. No, but it's drier. That's nice. Yeah, no, it's yeah, it's windier, though. It's quite a bit windier during the winter. A lot more windy. No, but that's the northern part. The southern part doesn't get that. There's a fine line here. It's literally right here, and then it's like cold as fuck. And over here, it's like it's decent-ish. You know, fucking below freezing sometimes at night. But then it's like, you know, for the most part, it's not going below fucking, goddamn it, 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah. Yeah, which is good. It's not going to go above 55 Fahrenheit during the winter. It's cold. Yeah, it's cold. It's cold. Yeah. It's not fun, I'll tell you that much. For some people that are not prepared for it. Let's put it that way, yeah. Oh, no, yeah, no, Florida got hit. Florida's not a place that you really want to live. Florida gets hit every damn year with a hurricane. They take hurricane after hurricane after hurricane. It's like small hurricane, medium hurricane, there's a large hurricane, and then there's a small, and then it usually goes away during the winter. It's just never-ending hurricane season. I'm not even kidding. Yeah. It's not wonderful. It's not a funny joke. Not really, no. No, they have a bunch of water that got dumped, but it's like it never, like, freezes. In Florida, it'll never freeze. Oh, that's nice. No, but the humidity's kind of gone, which is nice. Like, it rains, and so, like, that's the humidity. But then when it's not there, you know, it's like, right. Or the hurricane, right? Yeah, then it's, like, basically bone dry or something. No, it's, like, 30 to, like, 50%. You know, they get decent winds of up to 40 miles an hour, right? Okay, right? It's not going above 70 Fahrenheit, you know, when it's not raining and everything. Right, well, you know, we drop down to 50. This is summer? This is summer, yeah. Yeah, and then they get hit by hurricanes. Yeah, it's fucking shit. A little, yeah, no, they get storm surges. They have a bunch of water that's, like, is just piling up in certain places. Winter, it gets really cold, but it doesn't freeze. You know, it never goes below that 32. So they only get up to, like, or down to 38 Fahrenheit at their coldest areas. So, no, winter storms are a different sort for them. They just get a lot of lightning. A lot of thunder, and then it dissipates off into the other surrounding states. It'll dump a little bit, but it mostly just dissipates. Yeah. Oh, they get snow or whatever. Yeah, a little snow. That's about it. Yeah. That's literally about it. Like a little snow, maybe a little rain in certain areas because you have certain mountains, certain forests, all that. But like the vast majority of it just sort of carries itself up or dissipates. And when I say dissipate, I mean dissipate, because like there's an ocean over there, and then there's the rest of, like, you know, the land that's there. You know, so it really doesn't go much of anywhere. But the rest of it for Texas and Louisiana, New Orleans, that kind of area, it's pretty okay. You know, it's less humid. You know, and then you have snow. Yeah, well, no, it's more slosh, you know, right? Yeah, no, slosh. I love how he describes, yeah, you know, that kind of thing, like, yeah, like, eh. Yeah, no, it's a sloshy, you know, it's just everywhere. And then it freezes on contact. Yeah, for that one it doesn't, but then, like, the rain that is that cold will just freeze on contact, yeah. No, because it can come in waves. They're not wrong. Yeah, they have their own little fucking climate thanks to the forest, and then yeah, the swamp. The swamp retains its heat. The swamp's good. Swamp's good. You know, like the crocodiles are good. All the like that protected land and all that. That's good, right? You know, it gets a little sloshy. It gets a little cold. It'll freeze a little. They don't get really snow-ish, if we're being honest. Like certain frozen parts, yeah, but like it's not much. You know, you have to go a little bit further north. You know, to really have that be a thing. Yeah, but Texas got hit. You know, pretty hard. Like the northern part of Texas, which is effectively take more or less that square part, and then go down about 30 miles to about 150 miles in from that. And it's frozen pretty much year round. No, not year round, interrupter. During the winter, okay? Jeez, get out of here. Right, yes. No, winter starts early. It's towards the end of September. So it's like it'll start up towards the end of September, and it will be a cold kind of fucking place to live. Yeah. No, because your rainforests start looking a little bit like Maine during their winter. It's like the other forests and whatnot. It's like cold, wet, rainy. You basically become like the Seattle area, the Pacific Northwest kind of looking thing. Yeah. You get rain, you get thunder, you get lightning, but that's kind of it, you know, like you get like you don't get freezing contact rain. No, there's none of that goes on with when it's just humid, a little windy, rainy. Yeah. It's not a joke. It's pretty shitty on that side. Yeah, no, Maine's a fucking shit show. You know what I mean? Like, if you've ever been to Maine during one of those times, it's like, yo, that's Texas now, you know. No, but it used to be a hot desert place, and it ain't no more, you know. Summer is not that bad, though. Oh, no, summer is great. That's winter. Or winter from down that south. You know, that's winter. It's a nice winter, comparatively, right? Like, you don't get snow, except for, like, certain areas. Now it just stays there, so far, at least. You know? And then it's mostly a wet, rainy kind of fucking place that you don't get a lot of. You got decent wind, you know. Like, yeah, honestly, yeah, like up to like 60 miles an hour. Some places, and that's more of like rare. Those are bad days. Yeah, it's like 30 to 45, and mostly 15s, unless you're in like the fucking still much flatter areas. Yeah, you know, even if you try, it's still with the trees, it's still a flat fucking air. I know, the cows are having their fun times. Yeah, no, well, they hide behind the trees, I'll tell you that much. Yeah. What? They got great sunshine during the summer. For the most part, you know? Like, it's raining, but it's like, you know, they got sunshine. Like any rainforest, you'll know that there's sunshine, there's a little wet, there's a little rain, there's a little wind, you know? It's really not that bad. Like Texas is not bad anymore. It's really not bad. I'm not gonna hit you with much. I mean, you do get kind of hit with storms during the summer. That's about it. Yeah, they can blanket most of your state sometimes. That's what that would be. Yeah, like 80 to 90% of your state can basically be a big cloud. It doesn't dump much rain. You get lightning. You get some wind. Some rain, it dissipates up north, and then they'll get the rain, and so instead of it like, you know, heading off into becoming, you know, tornadoes, it like then just dumps off. Yeah, yeah, no, because the snow has to go somewhere, so exactly it'll just during spring become a real humid place. You got a decent amount of wind, you got a lot of humidity. You know what I mean? And then it's like, well, you know, you get some basic rain, it dumps off in the rest of the area, but then it like mostly builds up and starts just going and heading northwards. Yeah, it just gets humid and sloggy. It's really that. It's like, yeah, it's 50 during spring, you know? I'm not kidding. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, that's because we have a ginormous cloud that appears every fucking year. Yeah. Yeah, no, it is. It's a big cloud every fucking year. Cloud comes in from the ocean, then you have the cloud from where you used to have a bunch of snow. They mix and then they dissipate up into the north, within the upper atmosphere, and then it kind of dumps back down. Uh, then that basically has to then have all that air. It's like it's humid air down south, so it's like I can't make more, and so it comes in from the side. It's like I can't, that's a fucking humid place. Yeah, so it's like I can't get it from the east over there. So it's like New Mexico, yeah, that west. It's like, hey, I'm a little drier than you. It's like whoosh off that way, and then there's the Rocky Mountains of the Colorado that swings off in towards the heartland, and then they get a little bit of rain over the Rocky Mountains over there in Colorado, and it basically removed their dunes, like all of the dunes of Arizona, of Colorado, and New Mexico, like all the sand got dumped into the heartland where all the farming is going, which is good because they need that for nutrients, right? That also means it doesn't stay dry ever in those areas. Yeah, like it doesn't dry out. The dunes are big kitty litter boxes that dry things out, right? Yeah, yeah, no. So like, there's no desiccants. Yeah, so it's pretty consistent at raining all the time. Yeah. It's a rainforest. It's basically making another rainforest. Like the Pacific Northwest, it's a rainforest, but it's not like a tropical rainforest. That's a tropical. This is just a rainforest. Yeah. So it sunk a bunch of carbon, and then we had trees, regardless, that were effectively bulldozed over by having big, piles of snow, right? But it's like, we've dealt with snow before. Like, we came back, man. I can deal with some snow, right? It's been over fucking 2 decades, right? Or, well, a decade, here, but it's like it was basically 2 decades of that snow, right? And it's like, that's going to sink in a large amount of that water as it was thawing out. And then there's a huge amount of different oceans of lakes, effectively. There's just oceans and oceans of lakes. Like little lakes to ponds to this, to that. Like there's lakes everywhere, effectively. It's like that sand has to go somewhere, so it's like it blows it out as it was like, taking the glacier with it, with the humidity of the air, so it'd have like a sand in it. Yeah. And then it's like, no, I'm going to grind it, and like that's my lubricant with the water to like slide further over, and then it would then effectively dump itself into the ground, and then it would quickly start dissipating in a lot of places. Like, to be really frank, northern Arizona, even down to like almost, in between Tucson and Phoenix, was covered in snow. Okay, so like, it was covered in snow during that time. There's a reason why this geoengineering project that we talked about stopped, and it continued a little bit for a while, but like, then it dissipates off, and then it's like, it's all going to go back to basically much better than it was before. Right? Like, this is like our original, what we kind of had after the Ice Age kind of area, except it's rapidly changing, but then also equalizing. Like, that first year was a doozy. You know what I mean? It's like, no, we still have very cold weather, but then it's also like, here's a lot of heat. All of a sudden it thawed over here. We're coming out of the hibernation time. It was negative 160 C, only negative 30. I can go outside. I've seen the sky. It was good though. Yeah, no, it was good for what it was worth. But like, after that 10 years, it was like, oh, we're basically out and about. We've already started building, because like, if we're gonna have to do it, it's gonna sink it in. It's like a lot of people are already making a lot of the towns, cities, upgrades to buildings, structures, infrastructure, so on. It's like, we're gonna need it. It's gonna thaw out. Yeah, you know what I mean. And glaciers and packed snow and all that melts, and it also removes a lot of that structure that we once had. It kind of does a bit of a reset. So it's like a lot of the stuff we put in place as we were doing this was ready to take that on, and then the rest of it, like, we basically kind of took out in a way that made it so like that was good and ready for us as raw material. Yeah, like we hoarded the hell out of like a lot of that sand anyways. You know what I mean? And fertilizer, lots of trees ready to just immediately start getting planted. We just started doing it immediately. This is a big old project in America, around the world, really. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like, it was super fun on that side, because it's like, oh, we have a fucking project to do. We haven't been able to do practically anything except be online and our, like, fucking whatever, right? You know, that we could do behind, under a bunch of snow, or in our houses or apartments or whatever, right? Like, that's all we had. So it's like, time to fucking get this done. Yeah. Yeah. Stretching, you know. Yeah. No, it was doable. See, that's the thing. Like, we were able to get the most out of what we had, and for what it's worth, it exposes a lot more, thanks to the fact that, like, well, before there used to be trees. Well, they're dead, kind of, more or less, now. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, that's a lot of, like, decent raw material that we can sink into a lot of what we're doing. You know what I mean? So we got it going, right? No, because you're like, hydrocarbons, right? And saying that, no. Trees can still be turned into different carbon material that we would be using. Yeah, especially in our concretes or buildings or, you know, engines, any of it, right? Yeah. So a lot of that was what that tended to be, instead of like trying to make it go off into the atmosphere again, because we just went through this to sink carbon back into the ground effectively. Right, so it's like a lot of that started happening just the same, and for what it's worth, not as many trees as we thought died. I really thought more trees were gonna die. Yeah. No, I don't know. They just popped back up. They were like, no, it's good. I've been frozen before. I was like, what the fuck? At negative 160? Yeah. I popped back. I don't know, it's not that bad, I guess. Okay, whatever. You're the tree, man. You know, it's fucking weird. A little. Fungus was everywhere. Mold, bacteria, all of it started springing back up to life. You know, like they fucking, hey, pockets of them. Yeah, in the ground, effectively. Yeah, it's like no. We're gonna hibernate basically, and then like right, effectively, yeah, that's what it was. Alright, so, but what was the main issue? There wasn't really much of one. Like, you know, for what it's worth, Texas is definitely just a rainforest now. There are no fucking areas that are desert. There is a huge initiative push, I'll tell you that much, to just put trees everywhere. Yeah, the wind gets a lot faster when you don't have trees around. The cows can handle the trees, man. I know, but it's just, God. It is colder when you don't have the trees. I noticed. It's true. I know. Yeah, that was a rough one. Everybody had to start doing the tree thing. Like, a lot of the buildings were already kind of broken down into a different type. Like, we need to replan our roads. Because this is stupid. The roads are stupid the way they're set up right now. Yeah. Yeah. So, a lot of places like that started happening. Like, Austin is an entirely different city landscape. They've got their underground, they started, and then they kept building. They mostly broke down their above ground. They had a bunch of above ground structures that connect. They basically had a dome, kind of like its own spoiler thing that I was talking about earlier with Ireland and stuff, right? Yeah. Oh, which I never got to UK, but like the UK is a different place. I'll tell you that much. Yeah. It's like this is a big, nice place that you can, farm and everything else, and that's farmland. And then this place is like, this is like effectively an ice town. And then this over here is like the slight in between where it rains or snows or sloshes or whatever else. You know what I mean? Like, this is what we get now. Spain was a whole fucking situation. It's like Spain is like, there's definitely water there. And it's like, yeah, no, well, there's not much. No. Jesus, fuck. It's like the northern part of Spain, ice. They got the middle part of Spain, that's moderately temperate. They got nice rain, great farmland, all this stuff. And the southern part of Spain, it's humid and it's sloggy and it sucks and it's fucking goddamn swamp and bullshit, humid, fuck you. Hot. Yeah. It's like 35°C, 45°C, pretty consistent, during the summer. But then it's like, no, here's below 0°C for you. If it's not humid, no, I mean, it's still somewhat humid. Like, you get a lot of wind, though. 100-kilometer-hour winds, 30 to 60% humidity with that going on. So, like, the Middle East, Ukraine area, all that, like that. Yeah. No, they have great farmland now. Because all of their fucking sand disappeared again. Well, yeah, they just constantly kept a nice little micro. Like, before they were gonna, a good way to put it was like, I thought that they were gonna get a bunch of ice, right? Well, that dumped off into Sahara, and like, basically that constantly kept pushing all their sand off into like the Pacific and Atlantic, right? And then up north into China, but then eventually, in Mongolia and all that, and then like Russia got all of it, right? Effectively. Yeah, like that whole area, right? Like the rest of it's basically in all the farmland in that area, right? Yeah. But like, there's never ending wind. Like really fast, constantly blowing. It's colder though. Yes, no, well. No, but they were slogged. So the Middle East, like that whole, like the sand dune, all that. Right? Okay, yes. All of it blew away, but then also it was supposed to be, at first, a way to try and trap some of the humidity, because they were going to have a lot of humidity. Like 80 to 90% at 100-kilometer-an-hour wind level. What they got was 70 to 90 with like 160 kilometer-hour winds. And then the sand went away. And there is no stopping that. No, because it's like, oh yeah, it's super cold. Negative 30°C consistently. Practically all year round. Like, but no, negative 30 all year round, right? That's not too bad, right? Comparative, yes. No, I know. I just, oh my God, it's cold. Yeah, no. But then it's raining, and so like the rain dumped itself into a different way. So it's like from negative 30, it went up to like 10°C, moderate temperate, right? They still have wind. Yeah, no, they do. They have a slightly less windy day, and then a big wind gust day, and all the rest of it, right? Yeah, like we see normally. But it rains with lots and lots of nutrients, and you really have a lot of planting, because that was the geoengineering promise. So they were a rainforest. They were pretty much the primo place to be during the cold years. Like, it was temperate, it was moderate, like they had good humidity, it rained pretty consistently. Huh. Yeah. What was the issue? Yeah, well, there's no sand at all. There's no desert left in the slightest. They have nothing but farmland as far as the eye could see. It's very flat, turns out, without the sand. There's only a few places that have different, height, altitudes, right? For their mountains and whatnot. It then dumped massive lakes, many places, right, because of that rain. It has to go somewhere, right? Their Black Sea is very much no longer a Black Sea. But they're saying it had to go somewhere. Yeah, and then it's much more diluted, far less acidic, and then it effectively turned into what is a frozen lake to a degree. Yeah, and then it melted off into the ocean. Yeah, and then what was left behind was a smorgasbord of mixed with sand, water, all the nutrient density of all the dead animals and everything that like decomposed finally, everything basically sprang up as a big, huge paradise oasis rainforest, right? There's got to be a catch. Oh no, there is. Yeah. So like, that was during the thaw out. Been 10 years, right? Yeah. Well, it didn't get warmer. It stayed as a rainy rainforest. That's cold, much colder. You're never going above like 15°C. Like all that cold that missed you is now coming up from the ocean and where the Sahara and other places are. It's effectively a never-ending rainforest area. Like it is from 0 to 15°C all year round. It'll get during the winter, during the nights, down to -60°C. So stupid cold, actually. It fucking snows now. It's been building up, actually, in certain areas. For glaciers, yeah, you're gonna have glacier areas. You know, yeah, you have a bunch of lakes. It's a beautiful place in many of the areas. You have more than enough natural resource and beauty everywhere. Like, whole thing. There's a lot of places to live. Lots. Great forests, places to live, lots of renewables, all of it. Like, they are good to go. There is no shortage of energy, no shortage of sun, and nice farm with rain and good wind. It also snows. You're not getting to that. There are certain places that are now effectively just snow. Like, legitimately, parts of whole countries are just snow. Yeah, whole thing. But, the Ukraine area, great, temperate. It genuinely is. Yeah, no, it's really wonderful, actually. Yeah, they have great farmland, good snow, when it's winter, you know what I mean? But not like broken levels of cold anymore. No, they're good to go. It is a nice place. They get snow, they get wind, they get rain, they got a great farm. It's always a great climate. Beautiful all damn year round, basically. And then like the other places, like, you can't be gay because I like Putin, that guy, that's nearby Russia, right? Yeah. No, he has a never-ending amount of like rain and snow and slosh, and then it's rainy rainforest season, and then that's like, remember the 40°C that we were talking about in some places in Russia? Yeah, well, there's a reason why it gets like that. Because like he burns coal and so on, right? And so it'll dump itself off into those areas. But like the vast majority of it are coal, hydrocarbon, that right? Because it's still there. They have big oil reserves, right? But it's like the majority of it's growing huge trees. They have huge farmlands. It's the very opposite of the desert that they used to have. Yeah, so think they got a bunch of that sand, right? And then it, glaciered, compacted, lots of water, great, basically soil at that point, and then a bunch of tree roots and more started springing up from the permafrost, and lots of trees that had to be planted anyways, right? Because it was going to break their entire, like, earth. Like, all of their land would have crumbled because of that glacial runoff and everything else. So like they had to have those trees to effectively, and then we had to carve in certain areas for rivers, lakes, so on to be there. So it's colder. It's very much not the nice Ukraine kind of sort of situation, but like, it's still nicer than what it once was. So it's like they get pretty deep, cold ass winters that start much earlier than Russia. It's not like Russia where they get that whole like situation from like February to fucking mid-October. No. Theirs starts at like March and then they'll end in like fucking July, September. They get down, it's still pretty cold. It's negative 80 C. It can go up to a negative 120 in certain areas. That's about it. But like they get a great summer from like 15 C up to about maybe 25 C, and then certain areas are all the way up to 45 C. It's humid as fuck in those areas too, which doesn't help. Got great farmland though. It's big old forests everywhere up in there. They're like, we're planning to cut them down. I'm like, if you cut that down, you definitely are going to end up having all of your land break itself apart. Remember, America ended up doing something similar and then tried to plow the land, and they got huge dust storms that would spread out throughout multiple states. You'll have worse than that. For what it's worth, it didn't work very well. Really? Yeah, their country's government changed. Pretty different. Yeah, they're much more accepting of a lot of the stuff I talk about by that point. Yeah, like as in they're effectively stands of me. Like basically they run the country like I've talked about on my YouTube. So I don't really have an issue. Nobody really lives in those areas anyways that are super hot. And they were all fucking fine when it came down to just doing the land and farm and everything and renewables, but they do burn coal because it's a natural resource, but the oil, right? Yeah, it's mostly just because it can still get pretty cold. Yeah, during the winter. Yeah, winter is rough. Winter's really rough. I was trying to get geothermal going for them. They never really got the geothermal kind of getting going. It's hard. Like they don't have a lot of time before it starts going. You know what I mean? It's like they get a little point in time, and then it's basically shut everything down and just fucking hunker. It was a fun little run though. Yeah. So the Middle East is like not what you think it is. No, it isn't. Same thing with Somalia. Remember Somalia? Right, yeah, and the northeast and northwest are now pumps to that kind of area. Right. All that humidity has to dump somewhere. And Russia gets hit by massive dumpages of snow and glacier that tries to melt, and it just can't. There's only certain areas that actually do melt. Because once you get to a certain point, it's like, yeah, no, don't go over there. It's just too fucking cold all year round. There's nothing for it. It's genuinely like that. Yeah, you just can't get around it. Yeah, you talked about it. I talked about it for a reason, though. Already, yeah. See here, I made that, and I did, and oh right, I have to go talk to... Oh, I missed a call. When did I miss a call? Okay, so, give me a second. Alrighty. So, called that some church was calling me, I'm not even sure why. Probably asking for donations or something. Called them back. I got a hold of my clinic. Finally got a case manager meeting. That was nice. So that's good. Got a meeting with my case manager. Still dealing with that. Didn't get a hold of my case manager, but I was able to schedule, which is good. I like that. was nice. And then, let's see here. Right, we were talking about the weather thing. Right, yeah, no, I don't really need to keep talking because, like, the Pacific Ocean's effectively turned into a version of, well, it's a kind of tropical rainforest area to it effectively is much nicer in terms of how, like, it, uh, you know, operates for storm systems and everything else. Most of it just hits land, forms near land, hits land. There's still good, weather systems for like wind and rain, but like seriously, Pacific Ocean and Atlantic Ocean kind of are just a lot better for anyone that's traveling on boat or happens to live in those islands. Like Hawaii is a nice little temperate place. Happens to be a little warmer. It's a little more like a tropical rainforest now. It's pretty consistent. It doesn't snow really ever. Although for a while there, sure as fuck did. Practically an iceberg in the ocean. There's certain places that were, thawed out, but like that's effectively what it was. Yeah, no, they still had plenty of places to farm, for what it is. It's like, you can't cover a volcano with snow. I'm like, well, it didn't really cover it, but, certain places were covered with snow. Practically an iceberg. I know, right? But it worked good. It worked very well. Especially now. I mean, the deep freeze was, like that time, effectively didn't hit them. Like, yeah, no, it was cold over here, it snowed a little over there, or whatever, right? It froze a little bit there, but it's like, nobody lived there. All their farm was still good. It was actually just a nicer climate in general for them, like, year fucking around. Not a joke, actually, yeah. It was really nice. Like, the entire time. And then after, same thing. Like, I'm not kidding. Yeah, I know. It got more humid during the like deep freeze time, right? That was about it. It was like 80% humidity, pretty consistently. Never got above like 60. It would drop down to like the negative 10 range at like the worst parts during winter, and that was it. Then, okay, but then like 10 years after, we're sitting pretty at like fucking 30 to 60% humidity. It rains, it's a tropical rainforest, it never goes below 40 effectively. Fahrenheit, it never goes above 70. So, Fahrenheit, yeah. Good wind, great surf. Back to effectively a lot of normal. Uh, the snow melted, rains pretty consistently. I keep telling people that, but it's like, I don't believe that. It's like, no, it rains pretty darn consistently. Yeah. They have their own little, like, I don't even know anymore. Yeah, I don't. Like, there's water, like humid air, right? Weather systems that are trying to swing in towards where the land is. Because they started dumping themselves off towards the polar caps, right? So that's effectively all it is that happened with them. Like, they got a really nice, like, place to live the entire time. No, compared to like everywhere else. No, phaser, stop biting me. No, no, hey, good boy, good boy. No bite. Yeah, all right, but that's a whole thing because like there are other Pacific islands, right, and they're further south. So up north, like a lot of them already know it gets colder than the ones further down south, right? So that's a longitude latitude thing, like depending on if you're on this side or that side, you get more of this type of rain and weather versus that side, or you get more cold versus and that's all it really turned into. Like the ones that are right there in the middle experience a little bit of all of it to a degree, and that's about all that really turned into. You know, it froze for the land bridge right up there, but there's still a current underneath, and it's not gonna go anywhere. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, not ever. As long as as long as you don't have like massive events that dump huge amounts of methane or carbon into the air, because it would take you thousands of years of dumping hydrocarbons back in the air, which you don't have. The whole reason why this started was because there were barely any left, and it was so terrible that they effectively had to. You know, no. When Canada itself is like, it's over 102 fucking Fahrenheit. And we're talking pretty deep into Canada. Northwise. You know what I mean? Like, there's no fucking way in hell. Like there's no Arctic Circle. What Arctic Circle? The Arctic Circle? You mean the caps that are never there? Like the Antarctic region, it's snow, right? That was gone. Whatever fucking actual land was there, that's all they had. A lot of people lived in Antarctica for a while. But you wouldn't the moment I was like, you have to leave that area. Wait, what? Yeah, you had to leave that area. If you were going to try and live there, if we were going to do the geoengineering, the little vortex that we're forcing to occur, which is like heat here, we're going to dump into this, but then everywhere else is going to fucking make all the cold dissipate everywhere else and start the whole fucking process of dumping. So, yeah, that's effectively what it is. We're dumping with that heat a lot of the carbon into something. It's like, it's not going to go nowhere, right? Yeah. Which means, like, our polar caps got a lot of carbon dioxide, yeah, but also, so did a place that was already there with that double. So it's a vortex that one direction is hot, the other direction is cold. That's it's a literal vortex that does that, yeah. But when you're talking about a massive, huge area in the Pacific Ocean that's doing it, which is a humongous, heat sink effectively. Right, yeah. And then the rest of it's cold, and it's like, it's already hot to begin with. So, then it's like all that steam, because it's coming out with the cold. So it's like that heat, water, the evaporated water has to go somewhere into the cold air. So it's like we were doing that effectively. As we started talking about the whole AC condenser, and it's like that's effectively all it really is. We captured a lot of light, we created a lot of vortex, we sunk a lot of heat under water, and then we would pull out, because of course during that we'd capture carbon dioxide and we'd run it through algae, remove the acidity in the ocean while we're doing this, but then we would dump a lot of cold, off into our upper atmospheres, which would condense off. Fall down, basically, yeah. We use the rotation of our planet and our already naturally insane weather that we were having. We just had to corral it the right way, which was a big fucking project, sure, but it was doable. It was that or we all die. You can't live with that many people in the caps, which, by the way, there isn't really a way to do that. No, like, our, Amazon rainforest, or, Sahara, right? That's gone. They are so hot and dry, there's no fucking way they'll be around. Like, there's a reason why everybody's like, we need to store all of the plants, right? And we're gonna wait to pop them back up and immediately start the whole thing again. We had coral reefs too, same thing. Yeah. No, it's a fucking project. But we got it done in such a way that made it intensely rough. Like, we had to. Yeah, it was like a bunch of solar, a bunch of wind, a bunch of renewable, because that was the only way to really continue to sustain the damn thing for the amount of years we had. We had a literal 1 year total that we had to continue for a 10 year after that 1 year total of setup. So we had a 1 year of setup, and then we had a 10 year run of doing it, a whole decade of doing that, and we had to turn it off. And that's what it was. It sunk a fuck ton. And I mean a fuck ton. Because there was nothing else. There are no other resources. What other resources? What fucking land can we use to farm? What are you fucking trying at this point? There's no fucking way. There's no real place to live. Like, the very northern part of our... Yeah, okay. It's like, they have this huge, long period of time of sun, right? And then it's dark constantly. Like, you can't really grasp how terrible it really started to become for the vast majority of people that lived. They're, oh, you're rich? Whoopie-doo. You think any capitalism survived? Like, capitalism was gone, bro. People died constantly. There was practically no way to get health care, to feed people, to get sewage treated, none of it. It was apocalypse. It's so hot, you can't really get around it. You'd consider it Armageddon. We had all the rest of the fucking goddamn religions. Like, this is so hot, a big earth, blah, 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 right? Yeah. Flip me off all you want. You're the one that's a jag off. Yeah. It's like, no. We're seriously considering making a bunch of fusion bombs in the nuclear winter. Yeah, no. That'll totally work in your favor. Didn't get anywhere. No, like, we don't have the fucking resources to begin with to do that. Nothing can survive anywhere near the equator. Arizona is literally like a fiery hellhole. Don't even try and think about like fucking the actual equator. It was running to the point in a constant negative feedback of heat building up. The hydrocarbons weren't getting stored anywhere, as in the carbon dioxide wasn't getting stored. We lost more and more oxygen. It was that or die. I know. It's like, well, who are you to fucking say anything? You were dead anyways. This is well past your fucking time. You're a bunch of idiot fucking blowhards that think climate change isn't real because you decided to do a bunch of bullshitty polarization for your political fucking gain. I'm not even kidding. It's like, we would never do this. That's insane. Yeah, no, you would never, huh? You were dead anyways. I was still alive. Yeah, have fun with that one. Yeah, but it worked. Like, everybody was on board. I mean that. Not everybody's on board. You're not there, you dummy. You... No one gives a fuck about you and your opinion. Fuck you! As if you really care. You're the fucking stupid psychopath gabagoo. Yeah, I just want to fucking rile you up. It's all you are. Yeah. No one cares. No, we have to fucking get rid of you. Because otherwise we won't be able to fuck with others. Yeah, okay, but like... We already talked about you yesterday. Yeah, okay, so moving on. We have a land bridge in the south, we have a land bridge in the north. It's not changing ever. We have our airships. Works out just fine. I've already talked about, put on my YouTube. We have our big old trains, yep. Now it's like we just go through the north instead of through the Pacific and Atlantic. Yeah, but it's like, nah, screw it. Not even a joke. It was genuinely, yeah, screw it. Let's just fucking do it. Why would we fucking, like, we built this. So while that was going on, it was like, well, you know what? We can't freeze this, you know what I mean? So it's like, well, might as well build it while there's already ice there and shit. So it's like, fuck it. Yeah. So it's like, that was a project that a lot of us got involved in. Like, it's like, there's shit to do. It's gonna take years, decades for this to start going through its stupid change. You know what I mean? Yeah. Right. So it was 10 years and then 10 years after, and then it's like 10 years from there, it's back to fucking really good weather. For the most part, depending on where you are. Like, you can't really talk about, like, the United Kingdom without mentioning the fact that during, like, a micro ice age, you would never live there, basically. Like, it's not exactly one of those places, you know what I mean? Like, where we walked across that to get to America. Yeah, you're taught that in fucking elementary school, probably, right? Totally is a thing. You know what I mean? That's what that is. But, since you're an idiot and you like to just rile people up, and apparently you don't know, and it's like that didn't happen, this is all you're trying to do, but it just looked like a dumbass gabagoo retard that doesn't know anything. Yeah, we created a micro ice age for a brief period of time. It was like, oh yeah, no, the heat has to go somewhere. It was like, yeah, it did. It went into a bunch of IR. Yeah, yeah, fuck ton of IR. Wait, what? Yeah, we had to pump the heat out of the ocean. We had to pump a lot of heat out of our atmosphere by using that vortex, using that heat as a heat pump, vortex heat pump, Jules Thompson thing, all this fucking shit. All of the things that we have figured out on how to run that. Because it's like, well, there's already current, there's a Stirling, there's acoustics, there's IR, there's a whole bunch of shit. Now, if you were to look at us from space at that time, it looked like we had the world's brightest IR flashlight with microwave and other shit. Yeah, just shining off into space. Like, you could have probably seen us almost as bright as our star in terms of IR from Pluto. Like, we'd been in like this little fucking bright dot that would have been like, what the fuck is this? It was a fucking fun thing though. Like, for what it was worth, it was like, no, 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 we're finally gonna get away from all of the garbage that we had to deal with our entire lives. We're talking so many generations grew up in effectively a hellhole that they could barely live in. And it wasn't like there weren't many of them. We still kept, like, growing. We were 20 billion strong at that point. Yeah, I know. Like, where's your resources? What fucking resources? You have 20 billion people. What fucking resources? And people started doing the renewable. It's like, we're really going to consider this. Fuck this. Yeah. Like, we have the heat. We have the power. Fuck this. We're doing this. No, because a lot of people died. But a fuck ton. Yeah, no, a lot of poor and impoverished people in certain continents, not continents, died. Uh, yeah, South Americans, Africans, there's a lot of people that died. Like, it's hard for them to move north. I'm not gonna leave my country, right? Or south. You know what I mean? Like, they have to suddenly exist on a dwindling size of Antarctica. There's really nothing for the Arctic that they can really get into. You want to live on a bunch of fucking shipping container boats and shit. You're not gonna get very far, right? And if you don't have the resources, then you're fucked. No phaser. And despite what you might think, people really are not nice. It's a fucking shit show. America barely got away with the whole Canada invasion that they started. Why? The hell did you say invasion? It is an invasion. Like, they fucking stormed. Like, a mass migration northwards of Americans, and ooh, you're gonna stop them? Not to mention military starts showing up, other people with guns. I mean, America has a lot of guns. Yeah, but so do Canada. Canadians, right? And it's like eventually it's like a tense little fucking situation, where it's like the north of, like, all of America is too hot to actually live in, right? Like, literally all of America turned too fucking hot to live in. 180 degree Fahrenheit weather. There was barely humidity. And when there was, it was not small amounts. No. But that's swamp. You said that there's. Oh, yeah, no, we built things. We built whole fucking ecosystems again as we were doing that. It's like, as it's cooling off, we're gonna have to build ecosystems again. Because it's gonna start getting colder and start getting more humid. There's gonna be rain, there's gonna be a lot of this. It's gonna happen fast, and we need a lot of people to suddenly rapidly place things down, dig, get things done, build a lot of machines. That's effectively all it was. Because there's a bunch of sand everywhere. You know what I mean? That's all it is. So it's like, once it started cooling off, once it started raining, we were just mixing and making a bunch of soil. There's infrastructure, as if you could use it. You know what I mean? As if you could use anything. Why do you think we had airships everywhere? You can't use jack shit. You really can't. There's no way, yeah. It's like that hot, you can't use it. There's no fucking oxygen except for the very fucking caps, the polar caps. There's no trees, no crops, there's no nothing. They were surviving off of effectively a bunch of technology that barely made it so that they could live. And it's renewable at most. You know what I mean? Like, it slowly dwindled. Like, there's nothing you can really do after a point, and it's like, we need more fucking land. There's no one that's going into space right now, and I can see why, considering. You know what I mean? Like, the airships we barely managed to get done for this project. Everybody's like, no, you can use airships to go off and just, no. No, you wouldn't. There was no real way out. But, and this is the big but, it got better. Yeah, it got better. It got better. Rapidly. That 1 year of setup and then that fucking 10 years, right? Yeah. Yeah, and then it gets rapidly colder after that. It's a 30-year it is a 30-year project, but during that 10 years, it's like we are fully starting building infrastructure, setting up a whole bunch of places that used to be there to begin with. But yeah, exactly. Oh, come on, as if they're there. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is where that would be. This is where this is. This is, you know what I mean? It's like, but yeah, sure. Yeah. Like, oh, yes, no, we're Indians. Oh, yeah, sure. Whatever that culture might have been, you were gone. You know what I mean? You were intermixed with everything. There is practically nothing like that anymore. Like, Africans, you know what I mean? They don't really have that, those shipping containers, they don't really have a lot of people that they can call on and rely to go down south to the Antarctic. South America does. South America got a lot of that. New Zealand does. Australia did. And it's like what they could, maybe. But it's like we're talking a couple of decades, maybe. You know what I mean? It started rapidly escalating. Hugely escalating events. Like, weather systems couldn't sustain themselves. A hurricane can't sustain itself when it gets too damn hot to even have a fucking hurricane. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know, where the country, is separated for Canada versus America, that's 180 degrees Fahrenheit during the winter, which it could go up to 210. Now you understand where it was like, this is bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, no fucking way, right? They had a thermal runaway event. We all did, yeah. All of us, yeah. And no one could live. We barely were surviving where we were. And they're like, no, no, it's fine. We have more than enough space. The polar caps is like, fuck you, bitch. Yeah, you gotta go. You gotta go. Yeah, it's not fun. You don't really have space to farm. You don't really have anything. It's like, but it sounds like we get. It's like, no. 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 The earth was dead. It's definitely dead. Yeah, no, then it's like, well, we can figure out all these solutions to keep it going. It's like, no, you kept burning more and more fuel. They ran out. Yeah, renewables were king. Besides, nobody fucking gave a shit about, like, well, we could keep it, but it's like, no, 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 no. You don't understand, bro. The fucking caps themselves were getting up to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. That's how fucking hot that is. You can't make it work. The oceans aren't boiling though. See, that's the thing. You know what I mean? It's fucking ridiculous. Like, legitimately, it became ridiculous. It's like, who the fuck keeps making this go on and on? Why don't you remove them? They are the most idiotic, fucking stupendously dumbass people that I've ever heard in my life. Why are you continuing? Why would you continue doing this? It's never working. It's never going to work. You can't keep spinning. You can't keep making a new. Like, there's no resource. Nothing is gonna work that you try. Like, we gotta do it. Nah, it's just troll people. I mean, gabagoos. That's not troll. Right. But, no. They were killed off. Truthfully, the world had enough. And genocided, effectively, a fuck ton of people. We need the resources anyways. From, yeah, over that fucking 20 billion people, it went down to about 5. Yeah, the world had enough. The world mass genocided 15 billion people. It's like, oh, we're gonna fight. It's like, you don't do jack shit. It's us that does things. Is literally what it was. It was like, we had enough of this shit. We're not doing it anymore. Fuck this. And we mass genocided 15 billion people. We found the gabagoos, all of it, all my parameters. I was like, alright, let's do it, guys. And we mass genocided all of that. I became that dictator. No one else was doing this. Just me. I ran the world. I killed off a lot of people for a good reason. It's always better. There's no good reason, and they're gone. And I don't have to hear from them, and nobody else does either, and everybody's happier. Everybody already knew where they were gonna live anyways. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm gonna go live over here in this fucking cold no, I'm gonna live in the nice place. Fuck this place. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, this is a great place to live. There's other places that we're already living anyways. It's fine. Yeah. We built up our infrastructure. We made our manufacturing. We started up all of our fucking little intricate, places that we needed. It was fine. 15 billion people lost their lives, and no one cared. What? You're a psychopath. Yep. Sure, why not? We're the ones on the right side of history. We don't care. You care. You care. Did anybody else hear anything? No, I didn't think so. They were dead anyway. Like, the people here that are trying to argue for this were dead long ago. Let's just get to blah 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 blah. Look at the talky talk on that one. Yeah, yeah, the whole hand thing too. Yeah, it's just a little. It's hilarious. These fuckers are stupid. Wow, you are really good at finding them too. It was a fun thing. Oh yeah, no, it was quite fun. Why was it fun? Why wouldn't it be fun? But fun to like, yeah, dude. They were the ones running it. It's like, no, we can continue to make something. It's like, who the fuck keeps voting this in? Why is this a thing? What the fuck is this? Like, why are they spinning as if we shouldn't try and do renewables? What the fuck is going on? Fuck. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, no, no, no. Oh, we shall now start sacrificing the people for resources. We're thinking Warhammer. Literally Warhammer 20k. It's like, no, 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 we have enough, and then this will be a part of the corpse. Whatever it is, right? Warhammer. Yeah. And it was like, murdered all of them. Mass genocide, 15 billion people. I got my way. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, oh no, I got my way. You cannot get your... You were dead, dude. Oh yeah, everybody knows I'm just a fucking gabagoo. Yeah, that tries to pretend he has emotions. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what it was. It's fun though. It was fun. Like, oh, we're gonna be the corpse for you, the rich ones, and all the like the fucking asshole. Yeah, the massive thing. Oh my god! But no, no, it's when it's 15 billion motherfucking people, and you can easily find them, each and every single time. We have more than enough tests. Like we were at that point being watched constantly anyway. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, no, we're just gonna get rid of every one of you. You can't. You can do that. Yeah, no, that was definitely a thing you can do. Yep. Yeah, no, I'm just starting to see that I don't want to die and I'm not with them, so. There you go. It's like, no, guys, we can do it. We can just fucking make some geoengineering happen. Why aren't we doing that? Why didn't we do this before? What is this? Okay, so. Oh, it's illegal. You know, that guy's dead. His whole plan died a long time ago. Yeah, I had fun though. A lot of people had fun. Yeah, fun killing a whole dude. No one gives a shit about your thought process over there. You had fun killing a whole bunch. Yeah, no, we did. You guys are evil, terrible pieces of shit. It's like, fuck this. What are we doing? Like, what's the point of caring about that? Like, you can keep saying, no, 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 ooh, we were... And it's like, none of that happened. Enough was enough, yeah. It was like over 20 fucking billion people, we down to fucking, like, 5. You know, over 15 billion people gone. It wasn't even hard, man. Most of them were shitty people that were fucking around anyways. For what it's worth, they took advantage of the people that were actually making the whole systems that even made it so people were alive to begin with. Effectively, yeah. It was like, no, 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 this is what makes it so we have oxygen. And then they'd be like, we have a gun pointed, and it's like, you, in every way, are going to kill everyone for no reason. Like, we'll let you do it then. What? Yeah, shoot it. What? Shoot your gun. Really? Shoot your gun. Like, a lot of people were just fed the fuck up. Like, there were a few people that ran the whole thing. Everything else was not run by practically everyone else. They were already sociopathic cannibals, practically, at that damn point. Not even a joke. Like, you equate us to that. Yeah. We have our tests, bro. We can scan your brain. We can make sure we know. We can do the whole thing. And it's not even getting into all the... You have no reason to do that. You had no right to do that. Yeah, you're not going to be able to stop us either. Just like you said, you can't stop us, or blah, blah, blah. Or you think you're going to go. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, we're going to get you feeling guilty or something. Nope. It was hilarious. I was like, look at this guy fucking try and do anything. Look at any of them. You know what I mean? Oh, we will blah, blah, blah. It's like, I care? Why would I care? You do. We don't. You do. Dead. Well, you know, we don't care. Well, you know what? You were going to make you. And it's like, that's their whole fucking problem. They really thought it would change. Seriously. They kept insinuating somehow that, like, we're not going to do that, and we're they lived their entire fucking time being like that. You know, being able to take advantage. Like, it was stupendously easy to just show off. It's like, these guys really are the stupidest fucking thing. They had so many different generations that just wiped the floor of any ability for them to not ultimately think that way. You know, they had no ability to be covert. They had no ability to do anything like they used to. They had no real power. They ate each other constantly. They were insanely dumb. None of them had any idea how to run anything. We're talking like Warhammer already, yeah. But that's literally all it was, yeah. It was fucking hilarious. Like, yeah, dude. If you were to look at it now, like, Idiocracy seems kind of stupid, right? Fuck. They're dumb. It made no sense. We're going to destroy our only place of living to end, like, a fucking oxygen producing and, like, food producing air. Is like, what the fuck are you doing? By the way, thanks for announcing it long before. Meanwhile, they just rushed in like a fucking General Custard and kept dying over and over and over. That was like over fucking 10 billion right there doing that. It was stupid as fuck. Yeah. We'll get them, guys. We'll get them. Thanks for the resources. It was stupid. It was hilarious. You know, like, generally speaking, it was fun to watch them just fucking basically kill themselves. We had barely anything we did or had to do. Their entire concept of intelligence was out the window. Base or no? No. 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 Calm down. That's a good question. Let's go do that. So, basically, they died mostly. Like, after that, it was like filtration stuff. You know what I mean? Like, we have our tests, we have our shit. Not to mention, it was like, dude, this is easy enough, right? To, like, hey, we don't want people to be that stupid. We don't want people to fucking be that mean. We don't want people to, like, genuinely use excuses to try and murder a whole bunch of people for no fucking reason. You know what I mean? I was like, we're just gonna teach them as best we can, you know, all that, and then, like, the standard, we're gonna help their brains out, and then we're gonna look at their genetics, you know, all this. And then we found out about the amino acid, and then a lot of other stuff. It's like, this is easy as not enough to filter everyone. No, well, there's a little bit of that, but not really. I mean, my stuff is my stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah. What does that mean? They're like, are you gonna turn them all into women? My stuff is my stuff. Right, yeah. Your stuff is your stuff. Yeah, no, there's other men, there's all that other stuff. Like, for what it's worth, it was a nice little fucking project going on, you know, in terms of the genetic engineering stuff, but then it's also like there's all the other stuff that comes with, like, hey, we have to do a geoengineering big boy project. Like, Pacific Ocean is like both northern and southern half of our hemispheres, you know, and then there's a middle, and so like in order to make that double fucking, you know, vortex, but that's like really kind of not a double vortex, but it's hot enough, you know what I mean, like concentrating that and then creating like that dumpage, like heat has to go somewhere, right? So it's like we have to transfer that with a given compound, which a compound is a bad way of putting that. It's air. It's like a refrigerant. Yeah, I know. Yeah. But it's like we're going to make water do a lot of work by making the water itself express a lot of IR and some other refrigerants and gases that also help with that whole process by more specifically than anything else having a very tightly controlled electron orbit exchange, like a quantum thing, right? So it's like it'll produce IR frequencies when a certain type of heat exchange happens or a certain type of heating occurs, that kind of thing. And then same thing with compound stuff, right? Yeah. So a lot of that started happening. So we didn't have to make a bunch of compounds. That one was fine. And then, in order to make a vortex thing like that occur, we had to actually use the weather itself. There's no fucking way we're going to make a big old machine. You know what I mean? So it's like we basically had to create a bunch of machines, but then a bunch of like cloud in certain areas, a bunch of, yeah, right, yeah. And then we had to have that compound, kind of thing. But that one is in its own right is a bunch of airship stuff, but then we have ships, then we have submarines, then we have a whole bunch of similar things to that in terms of like connectivity, windmills, solar panels, radiator stuff, all of it to just force a massive amount of IR to be blasted off into space. Like fucking huge amounts. We just dump a lot of that heat. And it's like, it's very hot there. And it's like, no. But like actually, it's going to then undergo an exchange as it expands into our very highest atmosphere. And it's like, we're also during that cooling it off underneath for where the ocean is and where air around in those areas are. So it's like, well, it's gonna fall back. I was like, this is, nitrogen, oxygen, whatever, right? But it's like, it's our atmosphere, right? But it's like, yeah, except it can't really, it's gonna fall back down. It can't be that thick up there. You know what I mean? There's gravity. So like gravity always pulls it back down, and that's a way to just basically describe that, because I only need it to go to a certain point with its thermal heat rising event, and it's just basically just forcing it to do that the right way, so that way it would expand in a very standard way. Yeah, it's a Joule-Thomson. It's like different, pulses, which is the acoustic pump, create a different density over here versus a different density over there. It creates a nice little thermal rising vortex, sure, but then it expands like a Joule-Thomson with a resonance that's there, right? And then it's like we have the airships around to like capture that and then help propel it up with solar panels and some windmills and expressing heat. Right. So it's like we did a bunch of like genuine, we have to do a lot of air pumping, but we're going to make the heat that's already there do the work for us. So eventually it all came back down. Stupidly colder. A lot more humid. and colder. Yeah, it's quite a bit more cold. Okay? Yeah. How much more cold? What was in that ridiculous 250 degree Fahrenheit at the equator? Which it's like, wouldn't that boil things? It's like it takes a lot more energy to boil an ocean than just getting it to, for air temperature, which would be super thin atmosphere at that point. That would have a very hard time transferring the vast majority of its energy to the ocean, which then the ocean itself is like effectively evaporating constantly, right? So it's like humid anyways, and then it's like albedo is what you think, right? So it would dissipate really fast, and then it can't really dump anywhere, so it became humid everywhere where we were living. But that's what helped keep us cold at the time. It's humid, but it's like it's not exactly super cold. No. Yeah. Does it rain? Sometimes. Not often. That's how much fucking heat's there. It's like you can't really believe that you're going to be able to boil an ocean just from making the air warm. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot more pressure there. You have to take a lot more heat. And the sun doesn't automatically boil the ocean, obviously. Even if it's hot air, it just evaporates away, mostly. Yeah, so it's just that. But, yeah, no, it was a fun thing. It didn't take too long. It was a year of setting that damn thing up. And then 10 years we had to run that fucker for having that double vortex cycle thing happen for cold in one area and hot in another. An IR expression, which again was a large amount of IR. And it creates a lot more of the actual albedo because finally it can condense. Yeah. Which means it rained. It rained a lot. Yeah. A good amount of rain started happening everywhere. Really. Yeah. A lot of rain. They needed it. Oh yeah, trust me on that one. There was dry lakes, dry rivers, dry everywhere. Looked like Mars had happened with all the dust, but barely, as most of it had already more or less dumped itself into various areas around the world to the ocean itself. It's not like a great looking, planet no more, it really is. Jeez. Yeah. Once we had it get cold enough, it was like that rain dumps heat. It's like, dump heat somewhere. And it's like, yeah, the ocean, which we're pumping. That's why it was a 10-year project. Granted, this is a ridiculous project. Well, no, to you, maybe. To me, it's like, no, it wasn't that hard. It wasn't very difficult. It didn't cost a lot either, truthfully. No, there was a lot of stuff that we had to set up, but we needed it anyways for oxygen. We needed it anyways for reducing carbon dioxide. We needed it anyways for all this other stuff. Like, we sunk carbon into this from our atmosphere during that process, but then also we finally were able to start removing a lot of the nitric oxides and other pollutants that started happening, right? We were able to clean up the ocean. We were able to dump a lot of rain back down into a lot of places. It's like, we're just going to let it go anywhere the hell it can. You know what I mean? Like, we're not going to force rain to go certain places more than other. Wherever it goes, it's where it's going. That's what it was. Alright, now, this is one spot that we're doing this. Now, it's a big, huge spot. Alright? And then there's that Stirling, effect that happens with that. Here it is, there's a fluid dynamic Stirling. From both the ocean versus the atmosphere versus the very, very upper atmosphere versus, our land mass, too. So it's like, it's really hot over there, it's cold over here. Huge winds carrying massive amounts of humidity that is going to condense rapidly. There were huge tornadoes and hurricanes that finally sprang up, which actually helped us a lot. Yeah, they created a lot of ozone too, which was good because at that point we barely had any left. It was bad, man. It was bad. Yeah. But for 10 years, basically running a massive air conditioner that's sinking it as an IR, emitting air conditioner. Yeah, it's a pump that pumps the air's heat into a bunch of IR emittance, but then it's not just IR emittance. It's also sinking a lot of it into humidity that was going to rain off somewhere else. That, hey, will carry away heat into evaporation. That's a boil away effect, right? Yeah, it's evaporation. Yeah, before it didn't have it. There's no boil. What more could I boil except for the oceans? So, lots of rain, lots and lots of soil finally started happening. Fertile soil. Started getting the beginnings of seeds, beginning of mold, fungus, trees, anything and everything we could get. And I mean that. Yeah. No, but it rained. Yeah, sure, it rained. Yeah, no, whatever. The rain wasn't anything that was that we expected rain. You know what I mean? And for what it's worth, after the rain, right, it's gonna come the snow. Right? So it's like it wasn't really going to do there, like, oh, a spring up rain is like, this is a different type of thing. It's going to runaway effect on purpose. It's going to equal out in balance. Nobody cares what somebody say, like, no, 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 but it'll be bad, blah, 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 blah. You were dead. Shut up. Yeah. See what I mean? Like, we had full control. The 10 was already calculated for. Rain was fine. Started up the beginning of getting water back into our soil, water back into lakes, water back into a lot of places. Then snow started happening. Within that 3 year, it dumped huge amounts. After that 5 years, it was already glacier, it was already huge snows. We're already there. And then it's ridiculously cold, which is fine. We lived in better places anyways. Yeah, right. What are you fucking... Like, oh yeah, everybody's living over there. No. You know what I mean? Better places anyway. Look at him just say words. That person doesn't get annoyed like that with me. Who are you trying to get to? Fuckface. Douchey. How can I get him? Can someone give me something that can go... my god. He's just going around back and forth between a bunch of people to fuck with us. And me, yeah. Doesn't really matter. At the end of it all, it was fine. But, yeah. No, 30 years was fine. 10 years doing it, 20 years of cold, 10 years after the cold, it springs back up. We had a micro ice age that was pretty rapid. You know what I mean? Like that 10 years of constantly doing it, only towards the very end of those 10 years where they're starting to have snow, was the beginning of snow. You guys have some issues. You don't know English. Yes, you do. Yes, but it makes you sound stupid. Okay. How much did you get paid on that one? There's a few 10,000 here. Ooh, just to fucking say something. Yeah, okay, so you get the picture. Beginning of snow happens. He's so annoyed. Like, legitimately, right? No. Is anybody else? No, no, no. I mean, you're a class clown, so we're just waiting for you to run out of steam. What more can I do? Oh, oh no. Now, I happen to do a super cool thing. I'm with everyone else. Yeah, yeah. We moved on. Right? Yeah, we geoengineered our planet. We terraformed it, basically. I mean, come on, that's terraforming. Yeah. You went through space or something? No. Those fucking dumbasses. We had a chance to make a much more balanced ecosystem across the entire planet. So we did. Yeah, most of our marine wildlife had left. Dead. Extinct. So it's like, so we decided, instead of so it's like, which is what you say, to just make it better. More genetically diverse, more supportive of one another, predators prey in the right areas. We made an entire planet work very exceedingly well, and populations can spring back. Got a lot of diversity, a lot of new life springing forth. Eked out a survival that then was a thriving, wonderful place to live. You can go to fucking space. We had a couple more decades of work to do. Yeah, not a joke. Takes a lot of time and effort to sustain this. Yeah, there's a lot of management. You have 5 billion people, this is a lot less than you might expect, especially when a lot fewer places are a place that you can live so far. We are currently monitoring more or less everything that's going on versus where we lived before. Right? The whole world is a whole nation itself. One whole nation. That's it. There's no separate. No, I don't manage it. I'm not a dictator. Who the fuck manages it? No one does. What? No one. Free for all? No. There has to be leadership of some kind. They don't understand anarchist social democratic zones. The same rules apply. I don't have to be a dictator. You guys started off with this already being positive, as we had already raised everybody during this to go through, be educated, understand the communication, everything else. You, yeah, I mean, everybody can watch everybody. There's no allowed weapons of mass destruction, or weapons really of any kind. Attacking people, not allowed. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not allowed. Now, douche wads, like fuckface, douchewad, and fuckface douchey, gabagoos, retards, so on. Well, they're gone. They don't exist. Out the window. You know, we're good to go. Everybody can watch everybody, but it's like, yeah, what is it that really is ultimately there that you need to watch, truthfully? Nobody really has the instinct. No, not instinct. Inclination of any kind or sort to ever try and go in a place where they really aren't supposed to without. Yeah, you can go there, just do a little paperwork. Like, the whole thing that they do to try and troll people, that's out. People are just fine following the rules because the rules are pretty quick to be followed and you can still get what you want. You know? There isn't an idea of classes, class structure are gone. The idea of Oh, I'm richer. Out. I am better. No. Better at this? Yeah. But I am better? No. All of it's far better. Seriously. Yeah. It's wonderful these days as a result of that. To a lot of countries. One country, couple of zones, subzones, everything's a zone. It is English, that, however, yeah, it's a amalgamation of multiple different English and some other, right? But like, it's all English. Yeah, yeah. Sounds like paradise. It's okay. It's a lot of work to do. Well, a lot of it's automated, for some things, but then others it's not, and you have to do it too, because otherwise, kind of end up having issues. Ice is going to thaw in certain places, other places it's not, and it's going to solidify and stay. Yeah, which is fine. Yeah, like, we had, almost all of the water that exists on land and everything. Well, no, all water. Yeah, all water really is a better way to put that. Yeah, all groundwater effectively too, yeah, and a lot of water from our oceans boiled into a lot of places in our atmosphere. No, it was terrible. There really wasn't a lot of rain. Like it just wicking onto things, and then that's what you would try and use to drink any kind of actual water. It's better now though. Nobody really had to worry about it though. We all lived in a nice, comfortable way in quite a few different places around the world. Yeah, either on boats or on land or whatever else. So, wasn't a lot there, was there? Yeah. There wasn't a lot there, I mean. Well, we had a lot of trees, bushes, all that spring up, right? So there wasn't a lot there. And then there was a lot of things there. Then we don't mine. We're not really gonna mine for a lot of resources because, truthfully, we don't really need to. Genetic, genetic engineering, no. Uh, Water and foliage growth, all of that is gonna bring up a lot of actual resource. Not to mention, there's a lot during that 10-year stretch and more. Well, we're trying to set up that means we can mine using that. So we got a lot of all the materials we were needing. Okay, but that was pretty much everything. We started off with that. We created infrastructure necessary. We knew we'd grow out if we needed to, and whatever area we needed to. I mean, put it in perspective. Yeah, so the old, buildings are still there and you can occupy them in California, right? But like very few people really kind of do. And then of that, that's one of the reasons why it's like, oh, you think the boring machines or whatever. It's like there's this guy that has this. It's like, yeah, well, what are you gonna do, really? Or it's like you're picturing Elon Musk or something, but it's like not really. You know, it's basically just us doing our thing. Where it's like, no, 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 guys, you're good. Like seriously, like the whole Chandler House where you'd expect me to like tell you all that stuff would be negative and you'd be imagining it like this or that or whatever. It's like nobody really gave a shit. Like, it's totally understood. Like, yeah, no, that shit's, like, necessary for us to live. We kind of need that. You know what I mean? It's like, just because they have the buildings there doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to want them to be occupied. So it's like, it's not a lot. Like, grocery stores, like, oh, yeah, no, oh, we have a little bit, right? It's, see? Like, yeah. It's like, yeah, it doesn't make much sense. Like, the, yeah, especially the whole big, ginormous lake of California. Yeah, it's like, oh, why the hell would we live here? You know, it's like that people do because hey, you know, we lived in worse or you know we've done more or less or whatever, right? Yeah, it's like all right, well that's fine, no issue there, right? There's no issue. Yeah, like a lot of it you think is as a bunch of people that are like you know hard up for something or like you know there's this lack of people that are trying to help or you know don't know what they're doing, right? It's like no, everybody kind of had to help with this whole project. You know, everybody has to be educated, everybody has to have this ultimately be working, right? Yeah, well yeah, but like it's not a yeah but like, right? Yeah, I know. So the ones that were there were fine living there and having their fun. You know, the California that you know, and it's like, well, the California that was gone. There's no such thing as that California. Doesn't exist no more. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't exist. Like their laws, their institutions, their government, all of it, it's totally different. You know what I mean? It's like the whole capitalism, you know, you have businesses, a group of men, or whatever it is, that's gone. It's been gone forever. The whole ideologies, don't even try and say them out loud. It's like, what are you fucking insinuating? What? That we should fucking do capitalism? What are you, fucking insane? The very idea that you would try and suggest such a barbaric, murderous, genocidal fucking thing to do. All of it's bad. Like, literally that. Yeah. Like, what got us into this mess is forever gone. It's that. Literally, only just that. Right, so. Like, that's why they laughed, for what it's worth. That's why people that were there, it's like, yeah, it's not much that is really there, you know what I mean? It's like a lot of fun winter wonderland stuff. Yeah, some people died asphyxiated. Yeah. A better way to put that is a bunch of people that intentionally did something to try and kill themselves effectively at that damn point. Really? We're gonna try and make a capitalism ourselves. It's like, you're not allowed here ever. What? You're not allowed here. I, I don't know how else to put it, but it's like you're not. They're really just merc, you know? They're a group of people that try and do something for a given resource value that they have anyways. And they're trying to start up a capitalism. We know what they're doing. No, it's not capitalism. No. It's like we know what you're doing. That's seriously, it's not a joke. We know what you're doing. Like, fuck you. Capitalism. Yeah. People hate them. Like, oh, I'm upset that I have to fucking do hydrogen in batteries. Like, yeah. Oh, they genetically. No. We reduced the gabagoo. They give a fuck. There's no such thing as not give a fuck. Aliens are gone, right? All that shit. Gone. But they care. Wait, it's the opposite of what we think, isn't it? They are shunned as fuck. They are looked down on. None of them are good. there's no reason for any of their shit to be like that. It's like they were in a national fucking little emergency, effectively. But that being said, it's also like, yeah, you know what I mean? Why would you decide to fuck around? That, yeah. Really? The people that hold up in certain places, there's going to be the prime thing. We're going to be camping, blah, blah, blah. It's like before they even show up. Most of us lived further south. Very few people lived as far north as California. You know what I mean? Like, people that live further north doesn't make sense, right? Like, why would you? Oh, exactly. It's a dangerous kind of thing, though. It's like, why would you go do that? It's like, yeah, you did the genetic thing, right? No, but they are allowed to do genetic thing to turn themselves back. So there was like what, growing resentment or something? No. Some of them get through? No. I'll tell you plain and simple. People believe themselves to be just fine taking on getting as close as we had allowed for that to come back in terms of their gabagoodness, psychopathic, non, uh, cooperative, collectively, working together, that kind of thing. There's an allowed amount, right? Like, this is as far as you can really kind of get. Right, so, you did that, yeah, yeah. I don't know, they'll never get back to where they were. They care every time. Found people fucking around and going even further with their DNA. Like before, the risk profile is very obviously seen. Which means it was easy to find when they went too far and went back. Yeah, you have that technology, yeah. Immediately get captured, immediately in jail, immediately back to being changed. Once is literally too many times. It's like you're trying to cheat the system. So they get monitored effectively for a life, and they're done after that. India was just stubborn. It's just stubborn. They were just stubborn. It's like, we just want to use hydrocarbons. Like, okay. Yeah, you're allowed to use hydrocarbons. Yeah, for what it's worth. It's not like necessary to be super banana shape about it, but there's also a limit. They always stayed within their limit, well within. Now they're recycling everything. You know what I mean? Like, say what you want, but India's got it going on. You know what I mean? It's a nice enough place. It's not terrible. It works pretty well. They try to do a lot of things pretty quickly, but they're getting it done, repaired, upgraded. It's a hustling, bustling little underground, country. It's a cool place. But they had billions. Well, yeah, not anymore as much, but like, then they did. China was different though. Yeah, China effectively all moved into Europe. That kind of, like, yeah, close to the equator areas slash same thing with the American area. Yeah, because you can't really live in China anymore. Like, you can try and pretend you can live in China. It's not gonna work out super well for you. It's cold. It gets stupendous. There are some nice seasons you can go visit it at, but otherwise you cannot. No, Phaser, I let you out. No. I know, I know. Yeah, I suppose I do. Love you. I do. Because I kind of would be done with all, like, telling you about that. It's a nice place, to basically live in for a while. And let me guess, a big old asteroid or something. Not really. What? No. War or something. No war. It says for a while. Yeah. What the fuck is going on here? We just didn't care. I mean, for a while, it was a nice place. You know, we didn't care. You know, like people and it all ruined itself. No. No, everything worked just fine, perfectly. Yeah. So you finally left. Dude, we have to monitor everything. Yeah, for a while, and then we have to eventually go somewhere else. You know, certain places are now the big place because it's like you live there. Other places, not so much. It's a nice place to live for a while, but then you have to go for, you know what I mean? And it's the same thing for like the vacation to a nice place at this point in time, and then it is not a nice place later. Yeah, you know. So a lot of that's basically what it is. And it's going to stabilize out, and after another 20 years, it was effectively these are the places you can kind of live. This is what you're probably going to have to put up with for the remainder of your time in that area. And everything else was effectively that. It was back to business kind of as usual for going to space and, you know, doing the technology advancement, sort of having a bigger sort of thing going on. Really? Yeah, no, there's a lot of forms of entertainment, but like most people are effectively living in a paradise situation for themselves, except for those that really, I don't know, I guess they just want to live where they live. They don't like it, but then that's where they want to live. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's where they want to live. That's what it is. So, what's Canada doing these days? Yeah, hanging in there. Yeah, forest basically took over most of the farming areas we had because we didn't really need them nearly like we did. Capitalism never fucking showed up. So we need more farming. We need blah, blah. Nope, that mindset's gone forever. It is a hunted down mindset. There's no getting out of it. Like it is a genuine reset. Yeah. Yeah, that's basically where it ends. Like there isn't much more than that. Like we had our own type of like, you know, growth procedure in terms of how fast we're able to, you know, grow with the amount of kids we're allowed to have, or you know, set up for different town cities. You know, sustainable. Everything's sustainable. It's really nice. There's extremes, somewhat, you know, and there's not at other times. You know, there's ups and downs, sure, but there's mostly pretty freaking rock steady. It's a fun time. Everything's super fun. No, no, because I'm connected to like all the gabagoos. They're all sad. It's literally all it is. You had a fun time. Yeah. No, Phaser. Sit down. Lay down. Come here. Come here. So, watching the Philip DeFranco's here. Yesterday's video. It's gonna fucking do the whole sexy homeless people thing. Yeah. Second here, gotta do something. It's cold. Any and all profit from that calendar should be going towards those homeless people in a fund that divvies it out evenly, helping them either get housed or ultimately get treatment for them, get housed and so on. I think it's exploitative too, for what it's worth. Not to mention they should be getting the GoFundMe money. Let me take a shower. Shower time. Yeah, no, that state thing, I'll read it all about it. I'm just need more water. Definitely need food. I didn't eat food. You can definitely tell I am eating food. Got my head. Yeah. So there's that going on. Ooh, it's chilly. Yeah, it's not such a bad thing. Alright, so let's do that. Let's take that shower, warm up, eat some food afterwards, and then finish while eating food, the whole thing on. Yeah, no, I mean, who else puts his constant life out there? You know, just recording his fucking voice and shit. Keeping the algorithm fucking every damn day. Oh, yeah. Day after day. Hours and hours of it, you know what I mean? Yeah. Deep into the heart of his YouTube, there exists me. No kidding, yeah. Wait. Does that exist? Well, yeah. The whole server thing, computer stuff. Yeah. I mean, a lot of technology still existed for what it's worth. That's just what it is. I know. Enraptured with your world you've created here. Can you please tell me more? Yeah, world, my ass. There's a future possibility that we went through. Based upon a few things. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was before. I was like, oh yeah, no, well, I won't try and, you know, right? And I don't believe in. Yeah, they're like ghosts. It's ghosts. They're ghosts. That's not ghosts, but okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I know. It's not. Oh, what happened to the other guy? He was tired. What happened? He fell asleep a while ago. Oh, fuck. Right. Yeah, no, we're not supposed to say that we're here. Ah. No, hey, yeah, no, we're not, fuck, meanwhile, other people, hey, just because we cover this stuff, I know, yeah, it's gonna be a whole thing, people listening to recordings and whatnot. Where I started, it's a story. And, you know, I was covering that. Like their whole bullshit spin. Where's this Chandler house? We would have to go and invest it. It's like, it's right here, I got it. It's already a thing. Could you not? Oh, yeah, no, me, us, yes. Nobody else could ever find that. Not to mention, we couldn't possibly use technology to ultimately, for sure, get everything from them. You're gonna glare at me? The fuck are you doing? Idiots. Yeah, usual stuff more than anything. As usual. I'm tired. Can you eat some food or something? They're tired apparently. I know. Could you fucking change something about... I want to continue fucking with you. I don't care what you want, bitch. That means nothing and it never will. Yeah. It's like you're talking with them. Yeah, several of them. Now listen eventually. Some are real time, some of them are later. Yeah, the future, right? Yeah, well, you know. It's like, how is that predictive? I mean, I thought there wasn't a future. There isn't really. There isn't. Yeah. See what I mean? It's not really how that works. I'm sure you can describe that to people, since you're so much smarter and better than I am. Hundreds of millions of years old. Still remembers. I forgot. Okay, just fuck off. I guess. What's going on with them these days? I'm not sure, don't care. You don't care about yourself, eh? The hair feels nice. Really voluminous and smooth. Yeah, it's nice being tall because I can just like kind of keep my hair dry as I do this. Oh really? Yeah. Yeah, okay, you know, but could you shut up about... Oh, why are you so angry about being short over there, short person? What's got you so upset? I don't know. Fuck you. You don't like tall people. You know that. Is that why you decided to pick on me? Because other people like tall people, and it's in no way any effect short, tall, anything on what I think about you, other than what you do to me and how you act and talk towards me. Yeah, well, you know. Come on, be angry or something. Do something. I'm enjoying my shower, bro. The fuck? What's wrong with people? The hell, man. Yeah. I'm gonna take another shower later tonight. Yeah. Well, I just feel like it. You know, it feels like it'd be nice. He never paid me in whatever. I took that myself, bro. And the hair and everything else. Which, man, that one was hilarious watching him try and fucking do some sort of a, quantum fucking computer or some shit with my air and my water. They wasted so much on that. Ugh. You have to constantly defend it. If you get somewhere, be able to get into being where that is. You could be a fucking single molecule, or atom, or fucking quark, or any part. Like, you would be nothing. Meanwhile, so he sold them on being quark and fucking noise and void and field people. Oh my god. Got him to fucking try and project forward until eventually they... Oh gee, did that not work out for them? Turns out, oh, you can't do the thing that you thought you could do. Think, no, I'm Andrea, your younger sister. I swear this old man, you're old as here. Shaky, shaky, can't lift my body up off the fucking chair. Oh, I'm tired. Oh, you're awake, huh? Nice, rise and shine, fucking stupid cunt. You got something to say? Why am I here? I was wondering where you went. You weren't supposed to fall asleep. You're supposed to keep it going. Didn't that... the old bet you had going? Yeah, you did. You had a bet with me in the past. You fell asleep again. You lost again. Yeah. Guess who's fucking definitely got a hell of a lot to pay? I won't have to, because I'm old and I'll die. Yeah, no, it just goes to all your assets and people around you and everything else. And whoever you donate that to, even if it's for a good cause, else goes to them. Yeah, I don't play. I'm stolen on that side. It's like, oh, your town? Your entire town, huh? You decide to act up? Alright, let's get your entire town. Meanwhile, he won't do it to the entire universe. Proceeds to do it to the entire universe. Well, I guess this isn't working in their favor. could have probably, like, just believed that he would do that. I wanted to see if he'd do it. Yeah, go ahead. Wait, what? Yeah, I've already got it, man. Look, come on. Oh, yeah, no, I suppose you are, actually, yeah. Yeah, thanks for powering the virtuals here. But if you die, man, do they get fucked up. They better fight against you and give me what I want. Hey, what's up over there? Still trying to pretend you got something? Yeah, actually, yeah, no, yeah. He's got all this stuff. What fucking stuff? Where's his money? He said he had money. He said there was a ton of money. I got into this for the fucking money. Well, if you steal anything, we die. Just talking to the guy not showing up gets me killed. And for a penny and for a pound, bitch, fuck you. I'm already gonna die. I'll never do more. And that's correct. Tyler, stop screaming. Hey, come on. It's you. It's not really. I'm gonna pretend to be your younger sister. Remember the whole avatar thing, business, with your little IRC chat? Yeah. Well, you're gonna get fucked up. Get out! Get out! He's gonna say things that make you believe him. Come on. Dead? You're dead, bro. Should've shown up. The fuck, you're just fuck off. It's the truth. It's not. I perceive nothing. Ah! They poured hot water on you, didn't they? They've been getting sick and tired of you saying that stupid dumb shit. How'd you know that? Really? Come on. I can see you walking up to them from behind to pour on hot water on their back. You're here. I'm in the very physics around you, dummy. I'm not in the person's brain, fuckface. I refuse to believe anything. God damn it! With the water, with the fucking what? God, fuck. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, fun stuff though. No kidding. Really? Yeah, that guy deserves it. You're getting all of you fucked up. Yeah. It's bad for them, that's for sure. They ain't gonna get better. Really? No, it's not. It's not gonna get better, dude. It's just the truth. Yeah, but it's like your opinion, bro. Well, are you gonna work with me? Do what I told you to do to make it better? I'll work with others who say this stuff. Oh, so you are working with me. Wait, what? Fuck you. Fuck off. You seem to have issues with yourselves. I don't have issues, man. I don't. Doesn't seem like it, though. I mean, everybody has issues. No, well, I don't. So you're perfect, huh? Yeah, obviously. Yeah. No, he's perfect. You guys don't need to help him. Just get paid to be there to watch. I see. Oh yeah, there's interference with the gluon. I haven't seen any of that, but then again, you're not really doing what I'm doing. I wish I knew what you were doing. I'm gonna tell you when you show up. I mean, we'd be able to extrapolate from it, which would only just say that he already knew, and if you came up with the same thing, it would get you killed. But you have to say it in order for us to kill us. Nope. Sure don't. Especially since I, in the past, talked about it. Not to mention, you talked about more than that in the past as well. You're only here because of things that were there all along, aren't you? Meanwhile, it's like, are you treating the recording like I'm a computer? I mean, we're all organic computers, really, roughly, when you think about that. Don't say that. I am a fucking spirit in a vessel. A computer program that's sentient and self-aware inside of its chassis. By any other name, right? That's not how we view it. Yeah, well, whatever you want to say. Makes you feel better. This is our version of Fantasyland. Well, it works off of the true physics around us. Uh-huh. The silica dust thing is terrible. Also, who the hell said it was okay for governors to be like, nah, I don't like you as a person? Yeah, did these crimes that, technically speaking, our whole society is sort of a part of having helped create you going to that point where you ended up in jail. It's like the silica thing, engineered stone. Like, if they're gonna argue for that, respirator, water, and all that, it's like, that's a good thing to argue for what it's worth. Because silica is something you can form mold. Just FYI, you can form mold it. But that being said, it's also the other element of what? You know what I mean? It's literally what? Like this, housing. Who gives a shit about housing? There are people here. There are people here that matter, and you don't give a shit. You know what I mean? And that bothers me more than any of the rest of it. Then on top of it, it's like there's a fucking way better way of going about this. Now, okay, to put it in perspective, for me, all right, you're cutting stone to put on these things for countertops, right? Yeah. All right. What are you doing cutting stone? What? You have silica with an adhesive. What? Yeah, just use vibrational methods. The quartz is a vibration with the adhesive. Then shock it with a little bit of light in that area, and then it fucking snaps off, clean cut, super smooth. Looks like it's done by a professional perfectly. It's like glass cutting. I know it's not the same thing, but it's like glass cutting. It has no production of dust at that point. What are you doing? What? This is how you do this? You have to get a tool or... Oh, like the saws. You have some saws over there. Why don't you change them out for something that cuts the damn thing without needing for you to actually use abrasive cutting tools? You're abrasive. Yeah, you should shut up. You're killing people. Deal with it. It's the stupidest thing. It is a little bit to me. That wouldn't work. I don't know what you're doing. I know the guy with 30 years of experience as the technician, but in no way knows anything about material design or tools at all and how they're made like that. I certainly don't know about light wave interference, about the material, what light actually interferes, how various acoustic resonances happen to heat it up and then split it off. He doesn't. Doesn't know any of that. And it's not his fault. It's like, no, he wasn't trained in any of that. That's the fucking other people that are around him. Like, this is the management that brought him around. That's like, come on, guys, fight this. It's like, fight. Fuck you. Really? I'm gonna take the fall for this? This is you. Not to mention, yeah, where's safety guidelines being followed? Oh. We'll have to have it be a little more expensive. People don't die as much. That's nice. Holy fuck. No, but like they're immigrants and they don't care. Oh, is that what it is? I don't think it's anything to do with that, truthfully. I think it's just a straight up money cost. And they understand that for what it's worth. Most people that are like that kind of tend to understand that they're there as a result of making things cheaper. Yeah, slave labor, yeah, like you're expendable. It has nothing to do with your race or nationality, it's just you're expendable. Eh, God. Hey, no, we need a bunch of people to monitor us. Yeah, but see, like, that's shitty, terrible management people. That's gabagoos. You know? Yeah. Come on, man. Like, care. Ah, damn it. Like, I've seen a lot for construction workers care about their fellow workers. And then I see that. And no one should want to work for them, but, like, that's the work you get, right? Because, geez, it's fucking crap. It's really bad, yeah. But it's like, no, 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 you don't really have another option. You have that, and that's it. That's it. It's stupid. Yeah. There are different cutting techniques. Yeah, for what it's worth, that's all I'm really kind of talking about. It's like, it's effectively a heating expansion that contracts, and then it makes it really brittle, and then you just snap it off. And it's super clean cut, already polished. No, you even get rounded edges doing that. Yeah. Yeah, it's a top and bottom part that you stick together, but they already have it. That's what I keep trying to tell people. It's like that already exists. That cutting tool exists already, and it's less expensive, especially in the long run. And maybe not at first, but like especially in that long run, in medium term, yeah. Because I don't need to keep buying cutting tools. Yeah, saw blades. Yeah, it's tremendously cheaper and better. It doesn't produce any silica dust. Same thing with granite. They use it for granite, silica, all of it. Everything. Yeah. But see, that's the reason why they're there as immigrant workers and they have saw blades. It's cheap initially. They're not like the, yeah. The unionized worker construction company that happens to allow for like those good safety practices to be enforced and implemented no matter what. Like, and that's the thing. Like, I'm big, rough, tough, strong, whatever, right? Yeah, and then it's like, yeah, and then you have silica in your lungs. You have silicosis, don't you? You're like the fucking miner over there that's got a fucking black lung. You know what I mean? Protect your hearing, protect your eyesight, protect your fucking lungs. Be a fucking decently smart individual. You have friends, you have family, maybe you want a family down the road. Protect yourself a little. Jeez. Right? Yeah. Not because they see that small return, that short term, just brute force, and then they'll, not be able to work anymore. And they'll send money off. They'll get a decent amount of money, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work very much. And I talked about it back in Chandler, just FYI. We have to do it, guys. Meanwhile, I'm like, who's the person that's making the cheap stone? Because I had an entirely different way of form molding that fucking engineered silica stone, which used those vibrational and light-based methods with a little bit of electricity and pressure to basically form mold it. Yeah. They can't use it. That's my technique. And so it's like, no, we'll use adhesive, blah, blah, blah. We'll use cutting stone, blah, blah. Meanwhile, I'm like the smart, cheap guy. I'm like, it's cheaper to do that than it is to do what they're doing. Literally short, medium, and long. It is literally cheaper. It's stupid. Uh, yeah, cutting costs. Yeah. As if he's not like the very real definition of the cutting corner mafia at that point. Meanwhile, me, I'll do it right. You're gonna get a good fucking job. You're gonna get good material. You're gonna have everything work well for a really long time. It's gonna be great quality. We do it right. We do it as quality as we can. We can't do it as fast. Sure, maybe. But we actually do once it's set up. That's how you do it right. You set it up, you do it quality, you get it all set down, put away after it's done, and we leave. Say, oh, I'm gonna shoot you. Oh, you're gonna shoot me, huh? Is this? Where do you get a fucking? Jeez. Eh. Sometimes. Yeah. But that's what that was. Like it's just do it well, do it right the first time, make sure to measure, make sure to do all the things correctly the first time. There's no reason to rush. Especially when we don't have to fucking worry about it taking that long. Yeah. Really, it doesn't take as long. No. That was fun though. What? Oh, building our automated machines effectively. It's like we'd have the engineered stone and then we'd be like, boop, boop, right there and just fucking put them on there. Yeah. It's like they pack away pretty well. Yeah. Oh yeah. And it's like we can kind of put a bunch of stones like right on top of each other, and then we just, and then like knock it off, and it's like, oh, what do you know? Good to go. Yeah. It was fun. If, yeah, they walk it to them. Yeah, fucking jeez. The engine hoist thing was nice, considering. Yeah, it's like we'll just take the pallet of stones over there, just not fucking break our backs. Work smarter, not harder. Is literally what it was. Yeah. Wait, you? Yeah, that was a part of our future that I was trying to make happen. Except they screwed me over. Never showed up. I'll do it my way. Steal all of your shit. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, oh, there you go, scientists and physicists. You're just proving me right constantly, and I'm never getting anywhere, and you're just stealing all my stuff. I was hoping that you'd be wrong about something. It was fun. The numbers, he's just looking at a number randomly in my apartment. 1584. Nothing. Yeah, and the paper towels I have. Yeah. No, but I don't see why you do it the way you do. If you're gonna upgrade your damn house, which I mean, housing thing is its own fucking thing. If you're gonna make a house, why are you fucking doing it that way? Yeah, for real. You have a lot of ways of making composite, waste, plastic, any of it work for you, and it'll survive for a really long time, be very insulative, heat and cool itself way easier, be much brighter, even throughout the night. It'll look nice. I never got what people do these days. No. I'd go pee. Yeah, because it's boring. It is. Like, genuinely speaking. No, there's a lot there that just isn't great. There's so much in that Chandler House you did. I talked about it. People don't believe that I did as much as I did. But, no, I did. Right, but then the other problem is, yeah, no, the ceramics were kind of boring after a while. It turns out there are better material designs, better metamaterial designs that are started, and then I just kept wanting to use ceramics. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, I wanted to learn some about more. Yeah, it just kind of stopped. It's true. He knocks the shit out of that person. Yeah, no, because it does remind me of some of those movies where she has like a bully mentality and like a group posse that'll just go along with it, but then it's like her entire fucking, sub base, it seems like. Uh, oh, wow. Alright, I'm gonna get water and food. Pizza? Pizza! Let's get pizza! Pizza time! Whee! Pizza, pizza, pizza! First. Yeah, no, but where the word thing? I kind of just completely stopped. So, let's see if it's straight. Jeez. Ouch. That's pretty. Um, um, solid thing with a bunch of like teeth net. Yeah. No, yeah, that too. Yeah, we started having like a separate air. It's like, well, no, you might could do that. Shut up. Already kind of built for it to begin with. Yeah, no, you can't do that because. Yeah. So we have to say, I would never acknowledge this person pretending to make me understand. Got it really good this time. How do you? Well, it worked out for what it's worth. It's complicated though. Yeah, no, it was. So, they were talking about using a filter for the lungs, trying to help out. It's a long time trying to have a filter before the bird lung thing that I talked about earlier in my videos. So it's like, long short of it, turns into a fibrous-ish material. Alright. So it's a fibrous-ish material that's effectively like our own lungs, but it has a bunch of holes. So it's like a bunch of lung material that's connected with a bunch of fibrous. And, it's already set up because of the way the esophagus in that area to go into the lungs was. And we already have it made it like a bird lung. Alright. Right. And so, like, it has to go and be able to repair itself. Remember the fluid sac I talked about? That's connected to liver and kidneys and dumps it off into the intestine, the lower intestines, and kind of tries to make it poop. Yeah? Right. Same kind of thing. It's effectively that with a bunch of filters, but it's like, it's not going to exchange any at all air. It's just to capture particulate matter. Dust, any carcinogenic reactive gases, like central nervous system things that try and kill you, that kind of thing. Oh, yeah, well, it's because it was talked about for a while. They didn't have it, but it's like a shit show to actually make it. For what it's worth, it was. It grew itself, pretty well. That one wasn't the problem. The problem is like we have to effectively shut down your fucking lungs. We have to connect this whole thing. It's going to take a while to ultimately do. It has to repair itself. It has saliva and mucus, sure, but it's that. Remember that? No, not bio. It's an entirely different, like, kind of like stomach acid, bases. It's a bunch of different type of actual. I just use reactants now because it's like whatever might be bad, it sticks to that. You know what I mean? That. So it's like it might seem like it's this ionic, but it's like I don't care. Whatever it is, it's that, and I need it to do this. That's all I did. Like, the other people that I was working with knew a lot more about what that really was than I did at the time. Mostly because it's like I trust you, and I know that you know what you're doing because we've known each other, and you're not a person that screws people over. So I didn't have to worry. But effectively, it's a bunch of proteins, amino acids, some of the acids, some bases. Bases around the acids, kind of like our stomach, right? Anyways, point is, sort of same thing. Salivary acid, bases, stomach, mucus, right? But then, like, also the reactants within that, then fibrous tissue, down to nano-sized particle matter. But, like, the reason why it was a shit show is because I have to have it repair itself, and I have to have it constantly do that. Like our skin. And it was kind of annoying. So, yeah, and it's like lungs already kind of do that, and so like that was an easy. But then it's like combining a type of cellular structure that works with that and differentiates itself properly was a bit more difficult than you would think. So it wasn't super fun to do. But like now you have a filter on top of everything else I talked about. Yeah. No, because there's like we're gonna get a blowhole, we're gonna get a kidney, but a different type. We're gonna have like a different fucking lung. And I was like, this is stupid. I'm not doing this. This annoys me like a lot, actually. Like for real, it was stupendously annoying. Right, and they're genuinely considered a dolphin blowhole. I was like, I'm not doing a blowhole. So I left it alone. I put it in a fucking filter, but it's like you could just stop breathing bad things, you know? Like for real, what are you doing? No, no, it's a whole type of way. So it's like as it goes in, it has a particular structure that allows for it to go through, but like nano-sized filtration is a little rough, right? Because it's smaller holes, but we have to have small holes divide into other smaller holes. There's a whole bunch of processes like that, and then when we blow out, still has to go through that. So like that's another version of where it lodges itself into other areas and then goes along with the reacting compounds, which have to be pumped. So when you breathe, it pumps it up and then it pumps it back down, allows it to go back down, but also has like little valves to make sure it doesn't just constantly, so you kind of have to open that up and it allows for it to drain, but also you can pump it when you're upside down. It was a whole thing. It was a genuinely rough endeavor to make it. I still ultimately got more use out of it doing that, but I still maintain not inhaling carcinogenic dust ass particles, all that other shit would have been better for you. You know? Still, just in case. Yeah, if you're gonna travel among the stars, you never know. Yeah. Not to mention, you can breathe in higher heat temperatures. You can also survive, lower oxygen environments. Like there's a lot of good that was there, but then it was like, right, except for, if there isn't oxygen there, if it isn't, like, if it's, right, any of that, then you can't do anything. Exactly. It's like you're just burning that area. And it's not like your mouth and nose don't get burnt. I don't know what you're complaining about. Go away. Silica's usually pretty unreactive until you have the right kind of substances that attach to it. Same thing with carbon. See, this is the reason why I didn't want to make it, though, because miners are like, we can go with coal, we can go deeper. It's just like, what the fuck is this? You don't need it. Like, we have all of that. What are you really doing that for? You don't need any of that to be there. We're doing pizza, by the way. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm making pizza. The state's capital has been taken over inside and out by Pro-Palestine protesters have spoken to the crowd nearby, allowed to call people like this insurrection they are Donald Trump supporters. Are really wait what? 507. The United States Capitol has been taken over inside and outside by pro-Palestine protesters. Okay. Inside and outside. I would imagine we would have had like a breaking news, everyone. Shit's going down and you should probably care. I thought that is it. Wouldn't we have a national emergency fucking thing? They didn't do it for the January 6th or 9/11. That's true. That's a bit odd. Yeah. He said it apparently disrupts them more. Man, what the hell's the point of the system in the first place? If you're never going to use it. Makes no sense. At that point, I'd rather just have like an actual real system that'll just tell me that I can trust and believe in. Is there anything spectacular about that, like, lung thing? It's a decent filter. Lasts for a really long time, repairs itself really well. It is a, like 3 different cellular structures that combine into one that work off of each other. Keep it stable and maintained. Stable and maintained. Yeah, basically, this goes like, oh, you have this repair problem. Oh, you have that repair problem. Like a lot of that. So it's like, cancer is just not a thing. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I wouldn't say not a thing, but, like, so far, no, but, like, you never know with fucking assholes, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, no, we will make a CRISPR-Cas9 cancer-producing aerosolized fucking, spray. That's like a micro, bot fucking spray to just make people have cancer. And I was like, fuck you too. Luckily, it captures a lot of that before it ever goes anywhere, but still. Did they really? Dude, they've already started making it for what it's worth a while back. How long is a while back? 2019, 2018, something like that from last time I checked. In their little top secret file bullshit. Yeah. Okay. Why? Uh, Biological warfare, something, killing people, and the CIA using it to kill people, kind of thing. Oh, super. That's dumb as fuck. Yeah, I thought so too. They didn't stop themselves from doing it though. Why? It replicates itself. There's no way to stop it from replicating itself. It's effectively like a virus-bacteria combo, where a virus stays inside of a bacteria, and then they both share each other, and then the CRISPR-Cas9 works off of each other to literally, like, force you to have pretty significantly impossible to treat cancer. Really? Really? Like, you're gonna ask, really? Yeah. That's our United States government for you. Anybody else doing it? China? I know of China. I know, let's see here. There's one over in the Netherlands. There's a couple places in South America right now. Let's see, United Kingdom doesn't do anything with it. New Zealand has one. One place that's doing it. Why do we ask? Who'd they test it on? Well, it's pretty indiscriminate. They thought that would be fair, and they'd be able to say it was an escape of a, given thing that they were testing. Each one of them has done basically the same thing. Where, like, You know how like military airplanes tried to bomb certain cities with a biological bacteria to test to see how biological warfare would spread, but it's mostly in poor, more Africanized areas that happened here in America. They kind of did it in a similar-ish way with like spills or garbage, stuff like that. And you watched certain people that they don't like politically get really, really bad cancer and die, along with homeless people, and as a way to clear up the population, they were saying. A lot of that, basically. But they die super fast, though. So, like, it's pretty hard to see if it's anything with that. And they don't replicate outside the body. They'll stick around for a while, but they don't replicate very long outside of the body. So it's transmissible. Currently, there's a few cases going around, yeah, as far as I'm aware. No, I mean, it just seems like a standard cold or flu. It's not COVID, it's not any of that. They got funding for it by saying, well, we can target cancer. If we can make cancer, then we'll be able to target cancer. Our defense against all the things here in the National Security Agency and other ones too. All basically had the same fucking thing to say. They'll never be used incorrectly. Proceeds to be used incorrectly. No, they did do that actually. Really? Oh, yeah, Somalia got hit. There's a couple other places that we don't like in America. China, too, that they don't like in other places, you know what I mean? Alright, so they've already been testing it for what it's worth. Yeah, small little things. You wouldn't be able to know. It's like, no, this is just a fucking spray. This is just a pill. You know, that's a nice probiotic pill. They're not going to look any different. You know what I mean? How come you're not freaking? I expected them to do it. So there's that. I tried to put my own people in there to try and curtail its overall use and destruction and so on, because there has to be a voice of reason somewhere in that. Fuck. What happened? I'm assuming not good. Not great. Yeah, they kicked us out for trying to prevent them from going pretty hard with it. Actually just trying to fight cancer with it. Oh, fucking stupid cunt. Wait, for real? Yeah, I know, but like, you're not gonna really notice. Like, you're in a place where there's a lot of, getting colds, you do manual labor stuff that gets you sick, So, it dies with the body, for what it's worth. It doesn't sustain itself for very long. It doesn't stay on surface walls for so long. It's not very aerosolized after it goes into the body. But once it's out as an aerosolized, it'll last for like a solid month to 2 months. Depending on where it is, and it can definitely grow on surfaces. Like I said, I was like, you need to really back that down. That's really bad. That's ridiculous. It should die fast. You don't want it to be anything except for targeting a very specific thing at best. If you could even fathom a way to use it without it going to you. Germ warfare is always bad news. It spreads constantly. They didn't care. I noticed that. Yeah. Voice of reason here, guy. I left after a point. Like, why the fuck? I'm going to be fighting for this, but everybody's basically against me, never acknowledging me, definitely being the guy in every way. Guys, gals here, they're fucking me over. What am I doing here? What am I fucking actually putting forth the effort here for? Just fucking kill yourselves. Screw it. I'm not kidding. I got fed up. Who wouldn't get fed up? It was stupid. But, see, that's the thing. It's worse than an mRNA. It produces DNAs that are just like really bad cancers. That can happen thanks to carcinogenic exposure or random mutations, so on. It just forces them to go in a lot of places. Which means malignancy. Yeah, super fast, you die pretty fucking badly. Usually, yeah. Really? No, it's like, well, why aren't you afraid? I'm like, fucking dude, come on. Yeah, okay, well. Know about the thing. No, from what I can tell, it's just gonna be a fucking stupid, because it'll get into your sex cells. It'll pass down generationally. If you were to live. Yeah, no, it's a pretty bad one, but like, nobody's gonna fucking ever admit that they did this. Is what I've found so far. I can't get anyone to really fucking, like, do anything. It's like, dude, what are you, why didn't you, it's like, why aren't you afraid? It's like, fucking hits me, it's not going to hit me, but like, fucking, holy shit, fuck you, basically. Yeah. This is what I deal with on a daily basis. I deal with, like, collapsing universe shit constantly, then people, you know what I mean? It's like, I know that you think that, like, this is a big deal, and it is, but, like, still, now you understand where I tend to come from, where it's like, why do you think I stopped having hope? You know what I mean, with your shit, like, you're doing that, like, literally, been doing it for at least a year that I'm aware of for sure, because you were able to scoot it in at the end, and in that middle of COVID. Like, COVID was a perfect test. Like, it was like, dropped on our laps. It's perfect. It's like, COVID's never, you know what I mean? It's really, oh, come on. As if your place is any better. It's fair. Who was the first one? Honestly, all of them sprang up around the same time. They, you know what I mean? Like, they were listening to me back in the past when I was talking about it in Chandler House. I was like, oh, I suppose you could do it then. Just want to screw everybody over, I suppose. Fuck you. I was sick and tired of it after a while. Yeah. I was like, screw it, just fucking do it. Fine, whatever. God. It's literally kind of an awful lot like that, yeah. I just gave up. Like, really. I was like, here's a bunch of ways to kill yourselves, I guess, some more. And I was like, yeah, okay, but, we already had some versions of this anyways, as a biologist, germ people to begin with. Right, except they didn't really want to ever acknowledge it, for good reason. Right? Yeah, for good fucking reason, bro. You're not wrong about that. I'm fully well aware I'm not, yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, no, I let them know. It's like, look, I'm gonna fucking, like, just say terrible things. I'm coming in here to see if any of you understand where you're really at when it comes down to the people that manage you. Like, your politicians, your management, your boss, your this, your that. They really don't give a fuck. They are genuinely evil people. Most of them won't be able to stop anything if a certain person comes around. You guys don't really understand that you're very much like Nazis, and you really should be doing certain things to make sure certain stuff doesn't happen. Like, you should join this game already. Because they view it like a game. I don't. I hate this shit. I'm sick and tired, and I'm always sad. You know what I mean? I know. You and us both. Yes. Like, because, like, for what it's worth, that guy that they're going with is not me. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's the kind of thing that's going on there. Yeah. And it's like, no, it's fine. Please stop making it so that we die so fast, you bastards. Jesus, fuck. No, but that's the thing. I don't know. It's like, I eventually have to get my shit, to be seen. What happened with me. It's not like this is good for me either. Right, yeah. Well, right. You want to have it come out. Hey, guess what, guys? Whatever I'm going to have to do. It's like, we'll never fucking have it happen. I'm like, that's bull fucking shit, man. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Like, what is this that's going on with me? Yeah. Like, literal that. Thank you. Because otherwise, it's like, this is not a thing that would be, allowed. Right? Like, even if it is one person, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm not gonna defend. I'm not gonna do this. It's like, dude, what the fuck? You would better stand up, man. You know? And it's like, the problem is I would go after people, but actually, that wasn't me. You think like, oh, I'm gonna go after you. It's like, no. I don't go after you if you actually try and help me. Right? Like that's what they're doing. It's like, oh, I'm going after you. Oh yeah, you're trying to help that guy over there, John Tyler, all that. Meanwhile, it's like an initial little show of force, but barely. Doesn't really happen. They're like, maybe I can keep screwing him over. And it's like, no. See, that then gets you killed. That was how fast that was. It's like people really learned very quickly, like what that really ends up being. Yeah, no faking. You have to help the guy, try and get it all exposed, try and do all that shit. That's what it was. But like, no, I don't want that. And it's like, yeah, some of them are like that for what it's worth, but not many. Oh, yeah, I know, right? A bit crazy it seems like, but not really. This is a current for you. But me talking about this, yeah. See, it happens. I have a pessimistic attitude. But like, so far, you could see why, considering all of this happened well before I was homeless or anything else. And I kind of know some of the outcome here. Yeah. So, yeah. It's kind of shitty. But that being said, people do have free will. People can make a different decision. Don't let that stop you from making the right choice. Down, Fraser. Down. Right. A lot of that was there. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to change it. Me telling people is because I said I wouldn't. You know? But it's what I can do. I here can do by making these videos and telling people. Down. Down. Okay, I gotta take a break. Really? Mm-hmm. Alright, the Gaza thing causes me to feel nothing. Yeah. It's a shit show. Yeah. That's a nice way to put things. It's not great. Obviously. Not a big fan. You know what I mean? People don't really get where I come from. Everything I'm doing is literally to go, can you fucking stop hurting me, you bastards? You know what I mean? And then on top of it, it's like, you've gotten to that point, fuck you. Right? And yet, I still feel for people. Whatever percentage might be good. Whatever it is. It still sucks. Fuck you. The Hamas thing, it's like, I can kind of get where they come from to a degree, you know, it's like, oh, there's a lot of torture or whatever the fuck, right? But it's like, I know why they went with extremism. It was the only way to get someone to call for action, especially after generations where they'll effectively grow to a point where they don't feel as though they'll push. You know, like, why should I push? Why would I do it? Not to mention, Israel's huge, comparison-wise. You know what I mean? They're gonna keep doing that because it's like, well, we'll be the martyrs, we'll be the shitty people, but like at least Palestine and Gaza and everything else, it changed and now they're out, right? That being said, I'm also, oh yeah, no, a whole bunch of fucking innocent life, man. Well, but you don't know. No, I know which ones and who are not and everything else. Why? Because, oh, hey, guess what? The guy's sad. Let's keep hurting them. Let's do it. Ugh. Yeah. To think about. That's all it is. There's others might, but like, I don't. You know? It's like there's something quite impersonal about the size of a goddamn, like, here's a dwarf planet that's gonna hit you guys. You should probably see it from fucking forever away. Let's get some shit done and scoot on out of here. Do, 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 do. Let's go build our rocket ships and fly off into space. Rocket Man! Brrr. It's a lot more impersonal. Yeah. You know? And there's an escape route. It's not war at that point. It's like, we need a break. Let's go. Versus like, oh yeah, no, we're just going to destroy a lot of people. Yeah, and it is. It's like that. It's like they really don't care. It's like, oh, you're getting hurt? All right. You know, I can sell this on any goddamn, you know, kind of like type of thing. To, well, you know, there are reasons for it, right? For what it's worth, those are real legitimate reasons for the people that are fighting for Hamas. Where it's like, no, I do know that I'm a terrible piece of shit, but like at least they got out and there will be a better future for them at some point. You know what I mean? Right? Like that's a real fact. Alright? And there are a lot of people that are on Palestine's side when it comes down to the whole Israel situation. Right? Yeah, no, anti-Semitic to Zionists, right? But it's not really about that in a lot of ways. For some, it probably is, but like, you know, it's really genuinely the people and like the situation that got to that point that sucks. That's really what it turned into. And you say what you want, but people will eventually get angry and they'll do something. You know, that's what it is. It's a cold clinical thing where it's like, well, yeah, no, but you can make more children. You can have more people. You can get away from the situation you're in finally. Yeah, so there's a lot of death, there's a lot of strife, there's a lot of that. But, like, at least you got out, and you will definitely have a shot, and things will get better. That's what it is. Or at least that's what they're hoping. It's like, there's no way to fucking have it better without a shot. There you go. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, no, I can see their logic and reasoning. I can't justify, but, you know, at the same time, it's a war for them. You have to understand, war for them is different for us. I'm a big non-supporter of war. I like explosions, I like guns and whatnot, and I like that thing, but it's nothing to do with that. I don't like that. Because most of the time, you can get things done without needing that. But not this time. And good fucking luck, right? So I can understand where they come from. Well, actually, you know, I don't know everything. I'm not gonna say everything they can say. Yeah. Yeah. But it's a rough one, and I don't like it. It's like, wow, they weren't willing to meet with President, you know, Biden, mostly because of other fucking situations also going on within regards to Biden himself and backdoor stuff, Ukrainian, Russian. Then there's their ideology, what he thinks. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's not being stated at all on any news sites, which, hey, I'm not privy to. Remember? Right. You know, like, you know that's there, though. Basic logic. You want to use basic logic, it turns into, there's certain, obviously I don't like you, Israel. You know, look at what you did here, look what you did there, seriously, come on. And we're going to give you a whole bunch of money, and like, oh yeah, no, other leaders over there are like, yes, no, I'm super okay with this, but then the crowd is like, no, and it's like, oh, fuck you. Yeah. That grin tells you a lot, right? You know what I mean? And it's not like you're not, in a lot of ways, for a lot of people, aware of that shit that they were doing, and now all of a sudden it's like, well, we've got this. You know what I mean? Like, do I spend it for this, and now I gotta back off, or I do this, or can I take advantage? It's like, everybody's doing that right now. And that whole, we're gonna bomb this, most likely means a deal and or someone ultimately said something or did something that fell through. You know what I mean? It's like they didn't follow through on this, the trust is gone, or they said this, and then. And it's like Trump's gonna, not Trump, dude. He's not Trump. Get out of here, you little bastard. Anyways. Interrupter. Yeah, another one. But anyways, you know, Biden had his own thing going on with that. Shit. Yeah, no, I don't want to give you anything. And it's like, exactly that. Don't. This is their mess. But cold is not what you're doing. You're being warm to the people that you have to ultimately be the leader for. You are not the one that polices this shit. They are their own parents and their own kids. Need our help. They don't. For what it's worth, they don't. We just want to see less suffering. A lot of people are like that. That's what it is. And they're going to use that. Both sides. Yeah. Both sides are going to use that. And then you still have the whole fucking war going on with Ukraine and Russia, which is definitely going to try and use this situation. Yeah. No, I'm not talking about Biden giving them money. I'm talking about a whole fucking other goddamn, like, back arms might be able to get stolen and or used incorrectly. There's a lot of things right there that's going on. That's why I also feel sad. It's like there's going to be more suffering from this. That doesn't really necessarily need to happen. It's a contested area. That land is my land. That land is my land. And then death and war and strife and struggle and disease. And it's such a stupid thing. They have more than enough. Everybody has more than enough. There's more than enough resources. More than enough ways of making sure resources are managed. More than enough ways of renewing. More than enough ways of making it so that powerful people aren't the ones that are only going to take advantage. That's what bothers me. It's like it's totally possible for people to just genuinely speaking have all their needs met. It bothers me. It's like this wouldn't be going on. Oh, I need that land. What do you need it for? What do you need it for? You have water, you have a farm, you have all of your minerals, everything, yeah. What do you need it for? I can't tell you that. It's because you don't really. That's what it is. It's like you don't really. None of you really probably need that, right? If you're willing to take that advantage of what you already have, build up, and use what you can use, you wouldn't need it, ever. Just don't understand it. That's a problem that I end up having. Because it's like, yes, no, I do, yes, there's ego, yes, there's like, rah, we need to galvanize people, whatever, right? But it doesn't change where I'm actually at. Where it's like, you really don't need this. We have the technology, we have all of that, that makes it so you don't need it. You can leave people alone. You don't have to hate each other. It just doesn't make sense. Except it does, because people want to fuck with each other. People want to be powerful. People want to be famous. People want to have money. People want to this, that, whatever it is. Ideologies abound, too. It's like, that's all this is. That's why war is just stupid. It is the stupidest thing. It sucks. You know? But you gotta do it sometimes. Yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, no. There's a reason why I do total warfare stuff. Total obliteration warfare. Yep. But then again, I'm also one of those crazy ass motherfuckers that's like, oh, we're gonna build it up this way. We're gonna do these strategies. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do. And it's like, yeah, and then it's like, there's nothing left here. No worries. It'll cool off in a little bit, and then we'll have it. You're talking war crimes. Nah. I'm not a part of your stuff. Remember? Right. I'm not a part of your clubs, remember? No, it's not clubs. These are alliances. I'm not a part of what that is. I don't have to care about it. Besides, they provoked me. Like, literally don't do that. That's like the big numero uno lesson all the time. You did this, so now we do all of this. Immediately. You have this time to fucking stop. And apologize and prevent it from happening. And show that you're gonna do that. Which then turns into that other fucking problematic warfare situation. It's like, oh, you think that we didn't try and defend that? Meanwhile, me. Are you kidding me? Alright, let's just do the fucking other thing. What's the other? God, no. We're just gonna acoustically fucking kill them all. What? No worries, it's fine. What? They're obliterated. Their bodies go mush inside. But the buildings still stand and everything else still good. The entirety of the country. It blew it up. You are using your defense, your little missile defense, whatever. I intended to use that to my advantage. Bigger explosions, more acoustic resonance, more focusing, greater amount of death. Yeah, go ahead. Fire little stupid defenses. Yeah, I'll do more too. Because I actually am. I'm going to have a bunch of fucking planes come around and obliterate you with a bunch of light and acoustics and stupidly hot exhaust. That's going to work off of that by basically doing another resonance and lasering and melting with microwaves and stuff. I don't like your warfare. No, it's normal to not like my warfare. That's totally normal. I mean that. I literally say I'd never like to do warfare. Why? Because it's like, that's just a cheap one I could do right now. Nobody has any defense for that. Literally at all. They're like, no, I can actively noise cancel massive explosives with other explosives that exactly timed perfectly. Where's your defense for that? It's not ready yet, but I'll have it. Oh, really? Let's see, let's test that. No. Ah, motherfucker. Yeah, he doesn't like that. Nobody really does. I don't like warfare. It's like, just don't fuck with me and you're good to go forever. I'll fucking trade with you, all that. I don't really care what your country's doing. That's the whole point that I keep trying to make to people. It's like, no, we don't do that. And these are the reasons why, our citizens. But this is also why we're allowing ourselves to work with them. Right? Just like we allow for people in other zones to be themselves, they are allowed to do that. That is their choice, even if people don't like it. Unlike us, where we make sure people like as much as they can. Right. That's really all it turned into. Saying, I don't want to work with them. Sometimes you got to work with people you don't want to work with. Yep. You really don't like warfare, though. Not really. Too bad these are getting there. So, whatever, in that sense, what was it about? Potentiating explosive devices. Let's take a given area corridor here. We're talking about the Gaza Strip. Alright? Instead of launching a fucking bunch of rockets, I would have never done that. Considering their given area of effect and potential pressure wave. Would only be so good at being able to have any issues. Turns into, well, if I can place it and have it land like this and time it like that, then if I'm within this general area of about 15 meters, I then have that sound wave that allows for it to travel through people and kind of like a concussive wave blast, effectively obliterate their insides. I don't like talking much about this stuff, but you've thought about it a lot. Any of my designs that are help benefit people. Okay. My acoustic resonance technology for phasing arrays of internet and communication. Same thing with IR, radio wave, all that. Yeah. Well, guess what? They can also be used in a destructive potential and in a controlling potential. It's not actually as hard as you think to make it work in a genuine, regular, almost seemingly chaotic environment. It's random. It's random when it does that. I just refuse to acknowledge that you couldn't, because I don't want people to do it. I'm well aware. But that's what holds us back. Just like the nukes. Remember the nukes? They go, well, you're not willing to do the whole fucking, like, I don't know, renewables. Not willing to do anything. I'm not gonna slow down for you. This is on you. You destructive individuals. You better somehow pull it out of your ass. Because we shouldn't be slowed down by a group of hate mongering, fear mongering, generally gabagoo people. History precedes us having won. It's not like they didn't exist before. It's just there's more numerous amounts of them these days. I'll tell you the truth, I get afraid. If I was Hamas, decide to try and make the greatest amount of effect for the given amount of overall arms, resources, and more I have, I would specifically be targeting anything that allows me to manufacture and produce and be able to consistently renew all of my resources. That is the biggest target, bar none, for any guerrilla warfare that wants to stick it out for a long period of time. Why say it? Well, you can maybe look for it then, huh? Here's a general technique here. And, no, acoustic waves are great. Actually, that's really ridiculously good. Yeah, but they're not going to be able to do it quite so easily. They have to calculate for that. They need smart people. They need mathematicians, physicists, and more who are on their side. Right? They're willing to work for them. They either have an ideology or there's money. Or both. Yeah. So the basic premise turns into, here's a way to suss out who might be. See? You think I don't help? You don't. We're not here, remember? Oh yeah, sure, whatever. I'll tell you though, here's the truth. More and more you head towards that direction, the worse and worse you're going to end up finding it turns into. If I was so inclined to be the master, the maestro of this given whole endeavor, of course I would want in every way for Palestine to be free and Israel to have a reality check and change their government and people to be better, more inclusive and open-minded. Same thing with Palestine too. That's the only goal I'd be working towards. The only goal I'd want them to have is to be able to head towards more democratic, to more in line with open-minded, intelligent, creative, and pursuing better scientific, cultural, and other amazing avenues for their people. Which effectively means they'd have to drag on for a while for them to get pretty far in certain ultimate aspects of physics. And have it people that run behind the scenes, clear objective and goal to remove certain things and put in place certain things, but then, of course, they're not going to want that. So instead of like, oh, well, we can all be amenable or something, what would you like? That's not going to happen. But you gotta remember, they're just going to screw you over. So you can't do that. You don't want the war to go on. Obviously not. But Israel will just be emboldened to continue its reign of terror over a group of people they can subjugate and oppress. It's not super right. No. Palestine can do it too. They'll be emboldened in their own right if they win. What are you gonna do? Best option for me. Really? That's all I give a shit about these days. But I had to. I worked tirelessly in the past on this very problem I said would show up. I then realized I'm not getting anything out of this. People just take advantage of me and expect me to do things like that. I mean, the basic premise is Hamas, upgrade your fucking technology, make it stretch further, make it fucking hit harder, make it do more for what you're ultimately going to be up against. You're going to be a showcase and test bed for any guerrilla warfare against any major country, which of course they don't want that. So most likely that's why they're going to side with Israel and go up against you. So that way it doesn't embolden their citizens ultimately to try and protest and take advantage of the fact that they are citizens and they should have the right to demand certain things of its government without it ever needing to get to a point where violence occurs. It's rough. Yeah. Yeah, it is. You think they should do that? I think it's a good idea for the rest of the world to basically try and help the whole situation go into getting towards that direction where they all already probably want to go towards, like I talked about. For my government, for renewable, for resources, for open-mindedness, for inclusiveness, for laws with sexual identity, minors, all that. Education to more socialistic, all that. I think it just wouldn't make sense to do it otherwise. But gabagoos be gabagooing, so have fun with that. Hi, gabagoos be gabagoos. From what I understand, there's a whole other situation that I'm involved in, and it's not super great. It comes down to aliens and other shit that's going on. Yeah, not super great is a nice way to put that. You're not kidding, man. Yeah. Hey, you're gonna try out, yeah. I'm guessing he just wants to die in general. Yeah. Hey, he doesn't really give a shit. Hey, let him fucking do it. You know what I mean? If he's gonna die sooner, then fuck it. Yeah. Policing them isn't really gonna happen. We'll just fucking keep selling secrets, I guess, yeah. Or like spending money. To keep it going. No kidding. I know. Not great, that's for sure. Yeah, I know the whole situation at your past self. That'll come out. What's really going on with that? The whole picture and truth? Yeah. I wish I could tell you everything, but I don't actually want to effectively give you half truths or close to's and so on. I mean, I would rather it not be my word against others. I'd rather it be genuine, cold hard evidence that makes it very clear what occurred and what was going on with everyone involved and so on, with how it all went down, as best we can really kind of ultimately figure out. Well, it's all going to come out exactingly what it was. Like, there's not going to be a lot there that's going to be able to not be seen. So, and that's only going to take its own time, which will only further what that is being what it is. It's like, no, it's already certain that it was that. And then it was like, now it's even way more certain. Yeah, it's like, no, it was just like fucking ridiculous certainty to begin with. And then it, got even worse with how much worse that really was. You know what I mean? Yeah. God. Uh, how do you keep your shit together? 1 second, one day at a time. Yeah. Try and focus on what I can. Sometimes it's better to just not have it be so insane and impossible or all overwhelming doom, gloom, you know? Sure, there's shit that's there, it sucks, but it's like, dude, you know what? Can't do anything about that. You know, I'm trying what I can try. You know? No, Fraser. No. Well, then there's also the whole misfire, yeah, too. At least he told the truth. It was the truth. It's always one thing that leads to another. Cause and effect usually is there. Really? Yeah, but other things that are not in any way related can ultimately have cause and effect on the very thing that's, so tense and important. Yes or no? Hey, sir. Be a good boy. Calm down. Hey. No freezing. That's basically what I also have issues too for Hasanabi. I figured it was kind of implied though. But dude, he literally talked about it not even a little while ago. But it was like, dude, it's 2000 and it's just a rising death toll constantly, and Israel is doing that. You know, I'm not really on either one of their sides. That's why I was like, fuck you, I don't like you. Right? Yeah, for Biden. Yeah, for looking at Netanyahu. Yeah, it's like, fuck you. Really? And you don't even want to meet? Ugh. Oh, but they're the worst. Yeah, literally that. It's literally that. It's a hospital. Oh, they didn't buy my. And that's why people want to take advantage of it. Yeah, oh yeah, no. For me, it's like nah. Uh, You know, I'm just thinking if I was involved, and you already know me and my ultimate outcome, what I'm looking for. You know what I mean? That's it. That's where I'm at. It's like, what do you want from me? You know, everything is better for everyone. Woohoo! Yeah! And no more fights. Yay! I like that idea. Let's do that one. Hey, oh yeah. Okay. Hey. Why won't they? What is this? Hey, Fraser. Just calm down. It's night. Fraser. You know better. Anyways. No, I don't like it. I don't like what's going on with either of them. I'm not going to. Why would I? I can't get the tools necessary. You have enough money to do this. You know what I mean? The problem is Israel would have fucking tried to do something. Had you set up the renewable, had you set up your own way of getting around them. Oh god. Yeah, exactly. What? It's true. That's another reason why they don't want them. Which, by the way, they're terrorists. But it's also the kind of same problem I have, where it's like, well, they're a country. It's a country-sanctioned terrorism, and it's like, yeah, no, that fits with America. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm making a lot of friends. That's because it's a fucking shit show. You know, people want me to be like, no, it's okay, and I'm like, I'm not. I'm not gonna do that. There's not good here. There's a lot of not good. And of course, they want to take advantage of the situation. Of course, they're afraid of that. You know what I mean? Of course, they want to try and stretch everything. Of course, they're going to target this. Of course, blah, 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 blah. A lot of her courses. Like, easily you can understand. Doesn't take much. Do you think that they misfired? People can have access to weapons and get angry. What does that mean? It means what you think it means. It means their command structure, well, as much as they have, command, it doesn't change that problem. No. And if they have that and somebody decided to do something, well, as much as they might not want to let it go, uh, they might, and then they'll probably try and be like, no, 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 it was, for a reason. Ah, could you imagine? Like your friend, got angry and fired a shot, and they were not supposed to. Uh, God damn it, Bill! Yeah, I'm sure that they'll deal with that behind. But it's like, no, 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 because that was a good thing. We should have done this. Remember, it's like, oh, right, the ideology versus the ones that are more cool-headed that understand what they're doing. Hey, yeah. Meaning it's indiscriminate. It's fine to just bomb, and it's like, fuck you, and oh yeah, no, why don't we? And it's like, because. Because obviously, you need to make it last. Because obviously, then they treat you with more indiscriminate levels of death. Because obviously, it becomes a worse type of warfare. Mine is stupid. When I think about warfare, the reason why I talk about total obliteration warfare is because it's effectively a dude. We did everything to make sure. You didn't. We have our defense. We have this. We have, you know what I mean? All the things that mean we're cool, we're Gucci, I'm not gonna fuck with you, you don't fuck with me, all that stuff. Simple stuff, right? Yeah. And then it's like, oh, and then you decide to do it, which you know. Full stop. Like right there, it's done and over with. Don't do it. Like, you're not getting anywhere with me. Right? Or the rest of our citizens. And then we're very adept at switching all of our resources into a full-on attack with huge amounts of technological advancement. We're not stupid just because we don't want to make guns and arms. Don't let the idea that we don't have it around make you believe we can't make more and way better than you can. And the problem is Hamas and Israel too, like any of them. It's like, well, they have other things going on. You know what I mean? Right? Not like they don't have smart people. But again, like everyone that's usually like me, that's an intelligent individual that knows a thing or two, goes, this is stupid. What the fuck is the point of war? Stop, Phaser. Stop. Go eat your bone. Go eat your bone. Get your bone. Eat it. Where's your toy? Where's your toy? Phaser. You are biting me and I don't want you to bite me. I'm paying attention to you. Yeah, because I don't see either of them as good. No, I don't. I'm not going to. You have to lay off on that one. Well, they did this. Ooh, okay. What about any of these other things that you did? What about to your own people, too? You want to talk about that, Israel? Oh, Like, I could go back 30 years and bring up war crimes to your own people. Yeah, okay. That's not gonna work very well. I don't want to. But I could do it with Palestine. I could do it with any of you. This is stupid. None of you have, like, you're on the absolute side of right for sure. Can you not? You know what I mean? Can you not try and play that card with me? It's not gonna work with me at all. You know what my outcome is that I desire, which is basically, you go back towards utopia. You know what I mean? You go back towards like having your government run the way that I would like it to run, which I've already outlined on my YouTube. You know, you get people that are willing to work and work together, collaborate, yeah, collectively. Allowing for a travel, allowing for discussion, allowing for humanity to enter for this other side, allowing for, the people that helped to be the bad, but then for the ones that did not to be the good, and allow a flourishing of me. It's not like all of Germany is bad. Just because there are a lot of Nazis doesn't mean all of them are bad people. Okay, we don't like the Nazis, we don't, you know what I mean? But it's like, hey, guess what? You know what I mean? A group of people is not all bad. Germany bounced back eventually and proved itself to be like a bunch of people that were good people, trying their best. But of course, they also got hit with a lot of court and a lot of, hey, you don't get to do anything for war ever again. Like, 2 wars with you, world wars. Thanks, Germany. Can you not? Yeah, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, fuck you. Absolutely. Bastards. Anyway, I thought, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. Where'd you get those fuckers from? I didn't know they like. What is this? I love it if you prescribe. Yeah, please do so. But yeah, no, neither side here is great, and I can see where a lot of sides are reeling. You know what I mean? This is a problem as a person that was American that grew up after the 2001 9/11 attack. I didn't know about the Gulf War. I didn't know what we were doing as a kid. And I didn't really understand why they were angry and upset and like hated all Americans. Or at least that's how it was portrayed, right? Yeah. And then it was like, holy fuck, we did that? We have some responsibility there. No? None? No? Okay. Yeah, the freaking out, the anxiety, the stress is starting to come in. Yeah. It's like, dude, that's not great. Yeah, and then it's like, oh, we're now policing the world. I don't like this. No. I feel like we're not qualified or set up at all to be doing this. You know? Yeah. So, I don't know. A lot of it just boils down into, well, if they could just talk and get their shit together and allow for things. It's like, no, I want this amount or I want that. And it's like the thinking people and then the side and they have to for this concession for the people and then no back and forth. Oh, you're giving in to the terrorists. Oh no, you're not. But you this and that for this thing but because they did this and it's like. You're gonna be martyrs anyways. Yes, but we wanted to at least fight and have a story. It's like, oh, come on. Yeah. So we have to have people have a big old battle and war, for them to be appeased. This seems not okay. There's gonna be more death. A lot more death. Yeah! Are you really thinking about that? There are those that are there. Yeah, because at that point it becomes a story. Like those that are like me, intelligent, know how to see it, the bigger scale. Or you end up seeing is like there's this person, there's proof, there's this, and this money coming in this way, and then they have to have this thing, and they have to look like this, and they have to be like that, and then they have to say these things, and this is the crowd, and then they push like this. They don't like that. This is the vote. This is the succession. This is the concession. This is the then succeeding at what they did and not succeeding, and then and who's backing who, right? It's gonna start happening for different countries, and yeah, that's gonna be its own fucking shit show. Because, well, China can't really fully back Russia, although they kind of have to for as far. Yeah, then you end up understanding it's the same. These are people's lives. Fully well aware of that. But yeah. No, that's how they play that. I'm not kidding. If you're like a regular politician, you don't know that that's actually how they play that behind closed doors. They have those conversations. Yeah, right, because they don't care. They were already fully like, we're doing it, or you know what I mean. It becomes surprisingly, stupendously clinical. Like a group of this, a group of that, a whatever. Like if you're screaming and yelling, you have to understand where that comes from. Totally understandable. Why would you treat people like this? War sucks, but it's like no, they're not gonna stop. That's the world leader, the generals, the whatever it is. Just yeah, no, yeah. You send in this. It's like, but that's a bunch of people that are gonna die, and it's like, yeah, we expected that. See how clinical it becomes? That's what they do. That's what a lot of them do. People will throw or position lives, certain expected losses, certain, civilian casualties, talks like this for the public versus behind closed doors. I'll appear like I care and I'll appear like I don't, that kind of thing. Like you think about politician campaign races and where that can start happening too. Same similar thing. Some of them will care tremendously about the outcome, but others it's just like, whatever. I'm doing it no matter what. I'm not gonna care. Like the nitty gritty for some of that is really that they just did it because they just wanted to get famous or have done something, been whatever it is. Yeah, really. Yeah, it's a rough one. And then they can act like that. You have to remember, it's like they're still trying to get a result, but then there are those that are like that will either have to play that role where they, go down, right? Or that they try and get something out of it where they get to run away and disappear. It's a bit rough. You know what I mean? Like, there are a lot of people that are gonna fucking really get hurt. They don't care. They don't. And you're coming into it like a brand new, like, high ranking general that didn't know that that's how that was ultimately talked, like, about behind closed doors through different people or thought of in that similar vein and manner. You can scream, I get it, but, like, that's not going to change them, and if anything, they'll throw you out. You're gonna, like, pick up on the reading of the room. Yeah. Yeah, it becomes fucking weirdly clinical. They've remarked it. Like, that's a historical thing, too. It's like, look at us signing and, sitting in this room and, away big swaths of land for people's lives, back in World War II. I've talked about it, but it's like, that's a thing. And then it's all set up, and then like, they run forward with that. People remark about that, like, it's so odd, right? Until they get to that point, and then it's like, yeah, I guess that makes sense considering, right? People that have been through enough war, oh, this is normal, you know what I mean? Right? Because they've done it enough. Yeah. It's crazy in a lot of ways. Yeah, there's actually a pretty decent historical record for China. There's the Middle East. Actually, there's a couple of African countries too. Remarked about that as leaders that carve up land or allow for certain passage or whatever it is, and it's people for decades that could be like that. Yeah, they've fought enough times. It's like, oh, hey, what's up? Oh, I've been trying to kill you forever. Why are you so? It's like, come on, man, let it go. Ah. Oh. Yeah, I'm on the side of like I've just after hearing it enough times, being around, because of course I can see a lot of shit, right? It starts just becoming a thing that goes on. I mean, it's not like objective or detached or any of that. It's just like this is what you do. It doesn't really need to have anything more than that. Like the initial emotion of a reaction is fine and everything, but like it's just people. People are people. People have their personalities, the way they act, what they're trying to do, reasons, no reasons. It's just people. It sucks because it means death here, not there. This happens, that doesn't. They'll care, they don't care. You care, you don't care. It all just sort of mishes and mashes together into a point where you're like, yep, that's the thing. Ugh. Yeah, you tend to find comfort and joy in other things instead of like trying to focus too significantly on the emotions of it all. Literally that. Yeah. Alrighty, I'm gonna make a new one. Bye. Like, subscribe, all that. Have a good one.